I'm Game Guy. Let's finish what we started. Maybe. We'll see how that goes. More comic. It's time for more Shroom version. The dev commentary, retrospective, whatever the heck. We're in chapter 3 again. Where's my chapter 3 image? Cause... Alright. So, this seems pretty simple. Alright, cool. There is, however, one little thing in here that is of note. The big star in the middle there was going to have some plot significance. It kinda, sorta still does, kinda, sorta, but obviously I never got to any of that, so I mean, it kinda doesn't matter, but like, at this point, I had a very different idea of where the plot was going, is what I'm going to say for the time being. I keep, like, setting up all these things for, like, later on where I'm just like, yo, I was planning a thing, here I go, but I'm not gonna explain what it is yet. Partially because, like, there's a better time to do such, so, like, kind of why I'm not the most keen on revealing everything immediately. You know what I mean? Honestly, I just kind of remember a lot of these plot details, but yeah, I wrote down a lot of stuff. So, I'm probably gonna skim some text documents I still have at the end of this, because I don't remember all what's in there specifically, but... you know. Anyway, Delta. Delta's fun, because, well, first of all, I wanted more villain characters, I guess, you know? It's one of those things. Delta was gonna be the first of 4 Team Rocket admins. It's gonna be like, Delta, Gamma, Beta, Alpha, probably. Because, you know, cool names, I guess, I don't know. Obviously, we never got to see the other 3, but they would have shown up. I mean, I had to get out of the dang ruins before I could get anywhere else, and that certainly wasn't happening, apparently. Delta was special among the 4, though, because he was gonna be a reoccurring villain, actually. Like, dude was gonna show up a lot, for some reason. I never got to, like, write him back into the story, essentially, because, like, after he loses here, he's gonna be like, ugh, I'm so mad at all y'all. But, once again, I'll get to that later, because there's more things that need to be seen first, but, you know, Delta, he was mad, you know, he didn't take losing well, is what I'm putting down. Yeah, this comic exists because it's like, oh my gosh, we need to tell the Mario Bros that, you know, everybody knows who they are. A very important plot point that definitely needed to exist. Anyway. Yeah, this is kind of the part of the comic where I was realizing, man, I've got some issues I need to clear up, don't I? Oh boy. Yeah, EGAD is here. So this comic implies that the blueprints were stolen or whatever. I mean, obviously we can tell where that little aspect of things potentially had gone, but you know, that's just it. I will say, EGAD was going to have a much greater presence in the comic, actually. I was gonna have a thing in the future where, like, he manages to team up with Professor Elm for some stuff. For reasons I don't entirely recall. I guess minor spoiler, I suppose. After I was done with the Ruins of Alph, everybody was gonna actually head back to New Barktown to, like, prepare for the journey ahead, is all I'm gonna say for the moment. But, yeah, some stuff was gonna happen there. So, you know, in case you wanted to see Ron's mom again, that probably would have happened. Definitely important. But yeah, EGAD was gonna have a little bit more of a presence. Yeah, spoilers for what never happened. And probably never will happen. It's the best. Alright, Comic 74 is the one where I changed everybody's sprites. I gave Ron a little bit more shading on his hair, as far as I can tell. I don't know. Trainer sprites are weird to work with, all things considered. But this was like... This whole comic was just like, man, I'm sick of Sean just being a re-edited Brendan sprite. It's kind of silly, and just didn't need to be that way anymore. I was at that point where it's just like, man, I can have a little bit more quality here. What the heck am I doing? What actually the heck am I doing? And yeah, again, I, for whatever reason, at this point, still thought that Brendan had white hair. I don't know what the heck that was about. I do want to point out, real quick, where they are. Let's see. I definitely know I have a sprite. So, you may have seen this a few times, like, in the background, but I called this the Grand Pokemon Center. Get out of here, you stupid. Yeah, I wanted the Pokemon Center to be, like, a place of, you know, note where they go to occasionally, so I wanted it to be, you know, fleshed out. So it's got, like, rooms for people to stay in. It's basically, like, some weird combination hotel, like, Pokemon hospital thing. You know what I mean? It's something like that. It's got, you know, it's got rooms. It's got, like, a lounge for food or whatever. That's what's in the bottom there. Yeah. Also had, like, the link center in the upstairs, which I sincerely doubt I was ever going to use, but it was there, so I may as well put it on the sprite sheet. Why not? You know what I mean? But yeah, that's a thing that I did. But in case you were wondering about the building saying GPC, that's what that's about. Because that probably showed up a few times in the background, you know? It's a thing. Yeah, fancy. Because, I mean, that's the thing. I was going to be in the Pokemon Center a lot throughout the series. Because I can think of at least one other plot thing that was going to happen pretty much entirely in a Pokemon Center. Or at least around it. But, I mean, that would have been later, so, you know. The idea is that every town has one, actually. Actually, where are they now? They're at Violet City? Yeah, I think they're at Violet City, right? Did I have a Violet City map? I know I didn't spend a lot of time in Violet City, so, like, probably it's just in the basic thing here. Somewhere. It's, well, you can see down here, like, the Cherry Grove City had one. Oh, yeah, right in the middle. It's another one of them there. Yeah, they were just supposed to be kind of everywhere. It's kind of the thing. It was kind of like that in the anime. That a lot of that was anime inspired, just because, you know, they fleshed out a lot of things that wouldn't make sense if it was just exactly as it was in the video game. You know, it's just a room. That's all it is. That's all you need. Why would you need anything else? That's why every single house that everyone ever lives in is just a room. It's just a single room. Oh my gosh, we're going on to this, huh? Alright, well, this is the introduction of the Pokebox. What is that? I don't know. It could be anything. Anything at all. Yeah, Pokebox is a thing that happened. Doesn't elaborate. Alright, well, people wanted me to talk about... I said at some point I had plans for, like, what each individual item does. I had a web page. Do I still... I mean, I know I still have access to it, but it's more like, where is it? Okay, so if you actually went to the site where I was hosting the comic, there was a There are a bunch of links at the top. Like, there's like a cast page, there's a Pokebox page, you know, extras, links, RSS, as if anyone ever uses those anymore. I had more, like, I'm looking at the Drunk Duck version. I had more on Smack Jeeves, because Smack Jeeves had more stuff. So, you know, that, I guess. But, obviously, it's not relevant here. Man, Smack Jeeves just kind of died, by the way. Is it making me log in to click on that? What? That's weird. I mean, I can do that, but geez. Hold on a minute, kids. I gotta log in the background. It's the best. Naturally, it's gonna also just take me away from the page for some reason. Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you? Alright, cool. Good, I got there. It's true. Alright, you get out of the way, because I guess I may as well just show the webpage here real quick. What's gonna pop up? I don't know what's gonna pop up. It's always that black square. Alright. Here's this. It's the Pokebox page that exists currently. So, yeah. I had a bunch of stuff already listed here. Man, it's gonna contain spoilers, and it was updated in 2009. Yeah, so I've got, like, a little description, and then, like, the first comic it appears in. There's a link. Takes you to the page where it is introduced. Hey, it's 75. That's where we're at. Isn't that great? All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like having trouble not doing things here. All right. So, you know, obviously I have like stuff described here. A lot of it's described as it was, you know. That's just how it is. We got Shroom Ball. It's a Pokeball. Yeah, it didn't show up until freaking Comic 100. Like, it's the gosh dang logo for the series, and it just didn't show up until 100 comics in. And it was really only in, like, it's not really a flashback, but, like, you know what I mean. But, yeah, this is a thing, you know. Just, it functions like any other Pokeball. There are great Ultra and Master Shroom Balls because, of course, you know, I mean, why not? You have no excuse not to switch over. I mean, but what if you want, like, I don't know, a Lure Shroom Ball? I mean, come on, man. Yeah, Shroom Balls and just a lot of this stuff was gonna have other purposes that I didn't pan out, essentially. And now for the items. Here is a mushroom. Ugh, do I seriously have to explain this? Mushroom gives oh yeah, that's right. I also tell everybody what happens to the Mario Bros. Increased strength and height. Wow. It gives its strength equivalent to a few levels. If it were to evolve, it would experience evolution for the mushroom's effect. Yeah, so, you know, that's a thing. No, we can come back to this later for other things. Yeah. I like the youngster with the Meryl, by the way. I like how he just kind of sits there. He's just waiting for the battle, but the other guy's just way too eager to talk to everyone else instead of doing things. That bay leaf is tiny. This poses a problem, actually, with the Pokemon sprites, because you'll notice, like, there's a concept known as bit mixing, or at least that's what it had been known as. Where, like, if you, like, really, I guess, zoom in here, you know, just, you'll notice that the pixel sizes on everything else is twice the size of, like, the Pokemon sprites. Yeah, like, people hated that. It looks bad, you know? I don't think it looks that bad, But, like, it was lazy, essentially. The problem is, like, if I had them have the same pixel width, these Pokemon would be freaking massive, and most of them are not massive. As it is, like, with Sam down here, technically speaking, Magnemite's not supposed to be that big, but given he was gonna be there a lot, I didn't want him to be, like, out of place. So, Sam kind of got special treatment, let's say. But, you know, it's just one of those things. No, listen, people were, like, real critical of Sprite comics back in the day. That's just kind of how things were, unfortunately. Like, there were rules you had to follow, otherwise you're bad. Well, yeah, I mean, Mystery Dungeon wasn't the most accurate. Nothing really was, but, like, the other half of the problem, too, is, like, giant Pokemon sprites means they don't fit very well in places. Because they're freaking huge. You know? It's a thing. Yeah, we also reached the point, yeah, because I redid a lot of the sprites. So, you know, Mario and Luigi blend in a little better because I used a lot of colors from the Pokemon games on them. I explained a lot of this already, but, you know. The fact that Blake seems to know Sean and Ron is a little bit of a detail that I never got to delve into, essentially. And it would kind of be sort of the focus of when they went back to New Barktown later. But, again, you know, never got that far, so, you know. I don't... Oh yeah, this is just the part where they're like, oh my gosh, the Lario brothers? Whoa! They're stupid, nobody likes them. Yeah, it's accurate. I don't know, they're alright. I just wish they didn't exist in the first place, but trying to work with them was a problem. It's fine. I did come up with plans for them, by the way, but that's pretty obvious given, you know, the whole coin thing later. Oh my gosh, everybody's like just talking in a room. Sam is asleep on a cushion. I didn't even put any Z's to imply that it's asleep. It has nothing it wants to do with any of this. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Faulty paper. I think this is just a comic where, hey look, it's Ron's mom in the upper right of the first panel. Whoa. I mean, it's not. The hair color is different. It doesn't count. I don't like this pamphlet. This is a bad idea. TBH. Also, I'm not a big fan in panel 2 of Luigi's walking upwards sprite. Mario and Luigi were kind of a problem because all of the Pokemon sprites have, like, a certain perspective to them that the Mario Bros just don't have. Like, it's weird. Because it's kind of like the Pokemon sprites are seen at, like, from above angle, and Mario and Luigi are explicitly from the side. So, perspective with them is weird and all that. It's just a thing I had to work with, I guess, because I wasn't about to make, like, custom Mario and Luigi sprites. Technically, I tried that with Lario and Luigi, I guess, but we're not gonna count that. Comic 80 is a mistake in so many ways. It's not even a comic, first of all, and I already went through all this. This was a lot of, like, words that didn't mean a whole lot. So, like, this is a remnant of what I'm gonna call plot number 2, where there's gonna be this tournament, you know? We're gonna go on an adventure to get however many badges. I guess everybody was gonna be on a team, like all of the main cast, so there'd be a team of 6. Each of them would have like one Pokemon by these rules, which would have been weird, but whatever. So it's like, oh, you need to get 6 gym badges because each person needs to have a gym badge, I guess. I don't know, the rules are arbitrary, and I kind of made them up so that the comic would last longer than 2 minutes, apparently. And then, yeah, there would have been a tournament. That, I guess. At which point, I feel like my original plan to have Magikoopa guy in the darkness would have been, like, the creator of the Pokebox, and thus, you know, he'd be the main villain at the end or whatever, and that would just kind of be it. I don't know, I don't like it. It wasn't a great idea, essentially. Because, like, first of all, I would have needed to have enough characters to fill a tournament and, like, make it interesting. Like, okay, sure, I guess Lario and Luigi would have tried to enter. Sure, whatever. Who else? I mean, most of the other characters were, like, villains, I think. Or just, like, minor characters that showed up once, you know? I don't know, either way. There's gonna be a whole thing with the Shroom Balls. Shroom Balls, as a concept, were also kind of dumb. Because, like, I literally only introduced them into the comic because of the logo. And I'm just like, alright, the logo is really... I like it a lot. I feel like I should use it. So I came up with this whole Pokebox thing. And then there's some arbitrary rule of like, oh, well, in order for Pokemon to use these power-ups, they have to have been caught in a Shroom Ball specifically. Which is already kind of weird, because I have this whole plot point about the Golden Square just working on anything regardless. So, you know, that was already kind of a thing I had to deal with, you know? It's just, I don't know, there's a whole lot of stuff that I didn't really care for here. I also gave myself like 6 in-comic months, by the way. Going by that 3rd paragraph there. I don't know, man. This is just silly. I shouldn't have done that. I titled that comic Wordsplosion, by the way. I thought that was fun. Anyway, Comic 81 is the one where I realized Taz has done essentially nothing the entire comic. Like, have you noticed that? I'm all like, oh my gosh, I gotta add girl character. Oh wait, she hasn't done anything for like freaking 60 comics. Maybe I should do something with her. Especially since, like, okay, obviously at this point I had an idea of where I was going with Taz, but like, there was that one comic a while back where I'm like implying some secret that she has, and I obviously, at the time, I didn't know what that was even. I had no idea. I just kind of threw that line of dialogue in there for no reason. But, you know, let's have Taz do a thing for once. Man, I had plans for Taz. It's kind of unfortunate. I mean, this is mostly my first writing sort of project. Yeah, I guess. That's kind of the thing, is like, I jumped into this and I didn't really have a plan, so I had to kind of figure that plan out as we went. Honestly, this is just Blake explaining a bunch of things. Blake was just my character of choice that would spout out just long strings of text, and that's the comic. That's the comic. That's all it is. Anyway, moving on. I mean, I did do, like, the roleplay thing. That was also pretty basic, TBH. So, you know. Alright, here's a fight I kind of like. a fair bit. Because, I don't know, I like the Delta fight here. It's nice, you know? I killed a Rattata. There's that whole panel on number 3 where he's, like, hearing Hyper Beam in the distance or something. So, you know. Also, yeah, no, this is, like, the first Gen 4 Pokemon, I think. I don't think any other Pokemon from Gen 4 has appeared yet. Because, I mean, keep in mind, I started this comic in, like, Emerald was probably the most recent. Probably? I don't recall, but it was around that point, because I don't think Gen 4 existed yet. But, you know, it's a thing. Oh my gosh, it's Delta! There he is! In the pixels. He has a bowl cut, and that's funny. Apparently. I don't know. I don't got much to say about this. They're just talking. This is just another one of those comics where it's like, we gotta move the plot along, but I also gotta put a punchline in. So this comic just kind of doesn't do anything. Alright, so... Blake be all like, yo, no, you guys aren't fighting. This is a Pokemon battle, stupid. Dumb idiot. Absolute buffoon. So yeah, we get Fire Drop in. I recall, actually, because there's also this stigma of, like, Sprite recolors being bad. You know, because there'd be a lot of people that were like... You know, they'll recolor Sonic to be, like, red or something, and then call him Fire Sonic. Or, that's not even a good example, really. But, like, I don't know, they'll call him, like, Cinders the Hedgehog or something, and it's like, it's just Sonic, but he's red. But, like, I'm sitting here thinking, man, you know, when you get a Fire Flower... In Mario, your palette changes to, like, a white and then a combination of either red and your primary color. Some kind of combination thereof. So I'm just like, Mr. Watch, shut up. And also, well, yeah, of course Drop-In would turn, like, white and purple. And, like, the little blue bits turned red, so, like, I mean, why not? It's got to signify it's got fire mode going. That's just how the Fire Flower works. I mean, come on, obviously. See, let's go look at the page and see what Fire Flower does. It's extremely important. You know, Mario and Luigi can burn things. Pokemon can be, like, you know, they'll change colors, and then they can use fire attacks. It's how it works. Obviously. You know, because why wouldn't it work that way? It's just, you know. I don't know. I came up with various ideas, obviously. And I suppose, actually, before I go away from that, because I noticed Feather is next. I never got to use Feather on a Pokemon, so, frankly, I don't know what it would have done. Feather was the weird one, because it's like, in Mario, it gives you, like, a cape. You know, it very specifically gives you a cape, so, like... I'm just imagining, like, a Pokemon with a cape, and it just gets flying moves, I guess? I mean, because what else would it do? I don't know. It's just a thing, I guess. These were kind of, sort of, in order of appearance? I think. Well, I mean, except for the ones at the top, because they were more important, I guess, but yeah. So. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Sam dies. Unfortunate. Watch out. Here comes a flamethrower. That's unfortunate. I have a ton of panels where Mario and Luigi are just like, I don't know what's going on. And especially considering this is my, like, punchline to the comic. Like, freaking... You guys pay attention at all? I mean, I understand that they wouldn't know what's going on, but, like... there's not that much to this. I mean, that's just it. They should know better what's going on anyway, because obviously the thing got a fire flower. What else is it gonna do? Actually, I forgot. Hey, let me go back real quick. Hold on. Let me go back to the panel where he just teleports the thing in. Yeah, remember how I said I didn't like the Pokebox or like the golden square or whatever? Like, it was big and huge and clunky and I needed a solution. And this was like kind of the beta solution, let's say. Like, I would just have Team Rocket do this because, you know, obviously they're behind the whole, we took the thing, we have the blueprints or whatever shenanigans. So, like, of course they could modify it. I guess. I think this is fine, because something that was going to happen later is, because I had that whole EGAD and Professor Elm team-up thing. I think I was going to have, at some point, them, like, upgrade the golden square to, like, a sort of glove instead. It just kind of conjures an item with the same 5-minute cooldown or whatever. I think the thing about it is I was probably going to have it be like... Yeah, I think I was just going to call it the GAD glove or something. I don't know. But I was going to have, like, up to 6 of them so that the entirety of the main cast could just have one. Because, you know, going forward, it was going to be more and more of a thing. Like, the Pokemon using items and such. Especially since the Pokebox existed... So, like, you know, other people were going to be using them. So, I don't know. Especially considering Team Rocket at minimum had them, so, like, it was just gonna be a thing throughout. So, you know, it's fine. It's whatever. Alright, well, it's funny how in a previous comic I made Bayleaf small, but this one's huge for some reason. I don't know. It's a thing. It is, in fact, a thing. Blake is thinking back to various comics from previous. Let's see. Yeah, so, like, I'm trying to remember, because all of the text is color-coded. So, like, that first one in the pink, that's Delta. Mario's the red one. Sean is the darker red one. I guess that's Sean. I don't know who else that would be. And then, yeah, Luigi's the green one, obviously. I forget. Was that all the way back during the Beedrill thing? Probably. I don't remember exactly, because these are just lines of dialogue from previous comics that he's thinking about. But yeah, this is the part where Blake realizes, like, wait a minute, I don't need a Pokebox. It already worked on that Kakuna, why wouldn't it work on my Bayleaf? Yeah! I wanted to say, actually, because, like, I believe in the last comic, Delta was telling Dropian to use, like, Fire Blast or whatever. I always imagine Fire Blast is, like, this ball of energy that expands into, like, the star shape, or otherwise explodes into the star shape. I don't know, because I think in the games, it was just kind of always the star shape. I don't know, it's a thing. Yes, Starman. Yeah, honestly, me just kind of pulling out the Starman out of nowhere, yeah, that's just kind of like, you know, whatever. It's fine. I mean, theoretically, it could have been anywhere else. Or, not anywhere, but, like, anything else. I guess. But I think I wanted, like, the first one to be the most impactful, I guess. It's like, oh yeah, this works, why not? I mean, Starman, as we will find out in a second, I mean, it only works briefly, but, you know, it also makes your attack strong. So, you know, it only lasts a few seconds. So you gotta make good use of it. I mean, this was a kind of climactic finish, you know, because Blake was going to otherwise lose, essentially. Like, that's the thing. With a lot of these battles, I didn't want them to drag on for too many comics unless they were just that important. So, like, this one wasn't the most important of battles. Beyond just, you know, I wanted to, you know, have that realization occur. I don't know, I think it's fine. Also, remember how Sam paralyzed Dropian? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's impossibly effective. Doot, doot, doot. I like all the doot, doot, doots. Every time a power-up is gained or lost. For some reason, it's just a thing. Yeah, I don't know. Visual effects occurred. Man, I really liked having these panels where I had just, like, some random, like, Photoshop filtered art in the background. I did these a lot. I don't know why. They happen all the time. It's kind of funny. Here's another one. I don't know. Okay, so... Alright, I want to point this out specifically, because boy howdy, I had plans for Taz. Well, yeah, I would just do, like, a solid color, and then I'd put, like, a Photoshop filter on it, so it had, like, some texture to it, you know? Something to that effect. I want to point out panel 2, where Taz specifically has those little 3 S sounds there before going to Cianwood City. We know now that Taz is from Silphco land, so she was about to say Saffron City. But, you know, doubled back on Cianwood City, because it had the same, like, well, it's not an S, but, you know, it had the same sound. So, you know, Taz almost slipped there. Would have been tragic, probably. I will say, there was going to be a plot point not terribly far in the future where everybody would get on a boat. Some shenanigans would happen, and they would end up in Cianwood City for a bit. Like, that wouldn't be their destination, but they ended up there for a moment or two. And Taz would have been like, uh-oh. Like, this is set up for just, like, a dumb little story arc that was gonna happen later, and I'm so sad I didn't get to it. But, like, she would have gone to Brent, and basically have Brent pretend to be her father or something. It just would have been a dumb thing. I mean, it should have worked, because obviously the other cast members don't even know who Brent is, so why would they not believe it, you know? I don't know, it was gonna be a funny thing. I thought it was gonna be a funny thing, anyway. Everybody tells Ron to shut up. The end. I don't think it would have been the SS Anne. What's the boat that's in Johto? It has a different name. Because, I mean, it would have been Johto. Anyway, Brent. Okay, so... Find a hidden item, win a prize. Actually, did you know there's a hidden item somewhere in every single chapter? Not just here. It was a dumb little thing that I did. Anyway, Brent is a character who didn't get to do much, and I'm very sad. Because, People pointed out that they either didn't like Brent or that, like, he just kind of didn't do anything, and it's just like... I never got to do anything with him because I didn't get far enough for him to do something. In fact, he was going to do something, like, very shortly after the comic died, if I had kept going. So it's just really tragic. But, you know... I want to point out, actually, well, I may as well go to the next comic at this point, because it's going to be slightly more relevant. Alright, so the thing with Brittany and also Brent. My friend named Taz, her real name was actually Brittany, so that felt fitting, as it were. Brent is actually the name of her brother, I believe. Now, obviously, these characters aren't brother and sister, but... I don't know, it felt like a nice reference of sorts, you know? So, that, I guess. Yeah, Brent is here. Taz wanted to be a trainer or whatever, and, you know, that. Yeah, he got lonely, alright? It's fine. It's fine. I don't know if he ever knew about this. I vaguely recall asking Taz if I could use the names, and she was alright with it, so... Let me see. There's a lot going on in this one, actually. So, you might notice that, that Silphco logo there. I spent a long time trying to figure out if Silphco had a logo of any description. And first of all, for whatever reason, it did not ever a single time occur to me that I think it kind of does have a logo in the Smash 64 stage. I don't know why I just never looked at that ever, but I didn't. So, let's see. Let me get that out of there. I actually did make a full logo. So, you know, if it exists, we probably made it. But the design in the back is actually, like, the shape of the fountain that exists on the first floor of Silphco. Because I'm like, that's probably, like, the closest thing I can think of to what could be a logo. I guess? I don't know, I had no idea, honestly. I don't even remember what the thing looks like in the Smash 64 stage, because I know that that's a thing that I noticed afterwards, and I was very upset. But it's fine. Let's see. Where is Brent? Actually want to, well, this was in a comic already, but here's Brent's sprite sheet nonetheless. You might notice on, like on his back is like the logo again. So, you know, that was a thing. Character design. Since I had that trainer sprite for Taz, may as well show this off, I guess. I was in the process of kind of making trainer sprites for everybody, actually, of like the main 6. I wanted to have, like, a few poses for each, probably. So, you know. Taz actually got 2 of them. I never used them. I don't really care much for Ron's. He looks weird, but Taz looks alright. Obviously, Sean... I gotta keep that Brendan appearance. It's very important, because, you know, obviously. But, you know, that's a thing that I did at some point. So, you know, in case you wanted to see that. Actually, I'm noticing now, I have a sprite sheet for Ron here, I see. And I see he's got, like, a different one there. I don't like that one. That's just, like, an edit of the Rich Boys, I think. It doesn't look very good. But, you know, there's that, I guess. Since I'm just looking at sprite sheets, apparently. I don't know what that's about. I think my favorite thing, actually, about the Taz sprite sheet, actually, now that I'm looking at it real quick, is for some reason, I have Taz riding a Yoshi. I don't know why that's here. I have legitimately no clue. Also, yeah, I guess the Taz sprite is just based on the last, which, I mean, fair, but, you know. It's one of those things. I feel like Taz riding a Yoshi was some kind of in-joke somehow, but I don't remember... I don't remember why or what. So, there's that. Alright, where was I? I lost my place. Well, I didn't lose my place, but, you know, it's a thing. Alright. Here we go! Onward to the next one. I gotta clean up my OBS screen because it's full of like a billion things for some reason. Alright, Brent is gonna leave. He's always watching. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, are we sick of Violet City? Like, oh my gosh. We've been in Violet City for 5 years. That's probably accurate, honestly. Alright, the lucky coin. Honestly, I don't know what sort of plans I had for this, if I'm honest. So, the lucky coin, full stop, was kind of introduced as a method of getting Sean to be angry at Ron later. Because I was just gonna have him lose it, and then Sean was gonna blame Ron, and that's kind of like the entire point of its existence right now. So it's like, I had to just bring it up randomly and arbitrarily at this point. So, you know. This is a part where I'm like, I gotta flesh out these characters to have some other traits, but we're just gonna do it around comic 94. You know, that's the time where we gotta flesh out the characters, you know. Like, it's the most important time. Alright, it's the most important time. I mean, to be fair, I did have some plans for that coin, as in, like, where he got it and all that, but again, it's probably stuff I'll get into later. I don't know. Oh my gosh, here we are out in the field. It's route whatever the heck. I can't remember the route numbers in Johto. Not that I ever remember the route numbers anywhere, but, you know. Did Taz's text bubble get less blue? Like, I'm just kind of noticing that. Like, it's a darker blue, and I feel like in a previous comic, it was like a much lighter blue. Is that a thing? Yeah, I think it is. Huh. Alright. Anyway, just noticing that now for some reason. Anyway, get out of here, Luigi. Let's see. What? No, don't do that. Stop. Yeah, okay, so obviously, you know, right here in the middle, that's all I got for that route. Plus this little dock area. It's a thing. See, I wanted to remake bits and pieces of places, because I figured I'd use them again, maybe, but I honestly don't know if I would ever come back to this route for any reason in particular, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Montage time! Everybody loves montage time! Oh yeah! Sean almost catches a Hoot Hoot, but he kills it instead. Because critical hits are the worst. It's sad. I mean, I could have said where they are, but I figured it's pretty obvious. Like, they didn't go very far. So, like, where else would they be? But, you know, route whatever the heck. I love this joke. This is the only time a shiny Pokemon probably would have ever appeared in the comic. I do not have any reason to believe I would have had another one. So it's just funny to me. You know, shiny Hoppip shows up and Luigi's too scared and just runs away. I don't know. I thought it was funny. It was funny, right? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Some trainers catch some Pokemon. News at 11. Yeah, I know, it would have been great if he caught it, because it's green, like Luigi. Alright, I'm trying to remember if there was any particular reason I had these guys catch what they did. Ron catching a Wooper. I don't recall if I had any particular plans with the Wooper. I think I just like Wooper. I don't remember anything else. I want to say maybe in that RPG I had a Wooper, like my character did. I don't remember that being the case, though, which is kind of why I'm a little hesitant to say that. Taz, on the other hand, I'm 100% positive, because she was also part of that RPG, if I didn't mention that. She also had an Apom. I do specifically remember that. Let's see. So, obviously, Mario catching a Vulpix and Luigi eventually a Mareep is a reference to Fire Hand and Thunderbrand or whatever they were. I don't remember. It's one or the other. I don't remember the order of which brand and hand occur. Doesn't matter, but that was the reference there. Sean getting a Nincada is set up for a joke I never got to do. Once again, I have a whole lot of that happening in the world. Cause, let's see, how did this go? I'm trying to remember. There was a specific setup for this. Oh gosh. I know that this set up for a joke later, and I'm just brain farting what's, like, I don't want to, like, describe it wrong, you know? Okay, right, alright. So, here's the thing. Sean was gonna be battling, like, some random trainer or something, alright? And, it would have been down to both of their last Pokemon or something. I don't remember exactly how it would have gone, but, like, Sean would have Nincada, and the other guy would have some electric type. I don't know which one, it kind of doesn't matter. And Sean's like, wow, this is great! And then Nincada would evolve. Into a flying bug type, by the way, in case you forgot. I don't remember the result of what that fight would be. However, I do remember I was gonna have the Shedinja kind of hovering around, like, stalking the team, essentially, for a while. So, because obviously, I mean, I'm not gonna have... Oh, sorry. Thing in my throat all of a sudden, jeez. I wasn't gonna have, you know, Nincada evolve without a Shedinja being involved somehow. So, I want to say, because I didn't really have explicit plans for the Shedinja, I want to say I did decide I was gonna have, like, because Brent is also stalking the team. I would have assumed Brent would find the Shedinja and maybe catch it or something. Because, I mean, there's no rule that explicitly states that the Shedinja has to belong to whoever. It's just kind of how it is in the games. I've always interpreted it as, like, a separate Pokemon that kind of spawns from that. I don't know. I probably would have had it been relevant somehow. I don't know. Honestly, you're asking a question I would have no answer to at this point. I mean, it would probably spawn a Shedinja. I don't know why it wouldn't, I guess. Well, I wouldn't imagine the Shedinja would go away. I don't know how that would work. Oh my gosh, guys, it's Mew! Whoa! Obviously, this is comic 99, so it's like, oh man, comic 100 is gonna be a thing. Yeah, infinite Shedinja exploit. There you go. This is just an extension of the Luigi needs to catch a Pokemon joke. So, you know, here's Mew. That's the thing that's happening. Yeah, alright. Let's talk about 100. Here we go. Comic 100 is the one that introduces a plot element that exists. Alright, so Mew just kind of knows about everything. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's just other reasons. Spunky adventures. Something is unsettling, oh no! Yeah, Peach is somewhere unharmed on the planet. So, let's see, what do we know about Peach? Peach was not kidnapped by Bowser, ostensibly, but is still somehow on this planet, which also Bowser is on, but that's not important, I guess. I never really established where Peach was, did I? That's fine. I probably will have to do that now, won't I? Alright, so... Gosh, how did this go? There's a lot going on with the Peach side of things that I wish I got more to explain. And frankly, I mentioned this before, really wish I didn't spoil that Bowser didn't kidnap her so freaking early in the comic. That was just a mistake. Absolutely should not have done that. It was just a bad idea because it kind of ruined me being able to toy with who actually kidnapped her, you know? So let's see. She's in the captivity with Team Rocket, essentially. Did I think of how that happened? I don't recall, if I'm honest. There was gonna be this whole thing, alright? Where I was gonna kind of have a sort of Peach interlude kind of thing, like how the Paper Marios do. Where there was gonna be a section of the comic, I probably would have started doing this after the Ruins of Alph thing, actually. Where Peach is just kind of locked up in a cell, and, you know, doesn't really know where she is, obviously, and then, like, some voice starts talking to her. Ultimately, this leads to her, like, receiving help and being able to escape on her own, which would have led to a whole series of other things, but we'll get to that when we get to that. But, I mean, this wouldn't have happened all at once. It would have happened, like, kind of gradually until it was relevant that she was escaped. But, you know, that sort of thing. It was gonna be kind of a little subplot that was happening for a bit. But yeah, no, Peach was somewhere. I want to talk also about panel number, the one on the left. I don't know what number panel it is. The one with the big planet that's having a bad day. I, at this point, had come up with backstory lore. Are you excited? This is the thing, because a lot of this sort of stuff would have actually been revealed at, like, the end of the Ruins of Alph thing, and I'm really kind of upset that I didn't get to it, if I'm honest. Because, I was building up to something, you know? It's one of those things. So, who is ready for backstory lore is my question to you, because this has a lot of bearing on a lot of things. Turns out. Long time ago, there was a planet, alright? Planets are cool. It's great. Said planet had 3 particular races on it. One race would be that of the humans. They went by the name of Alf. More on that later. There was the race of powerful creatures that would... I don't remember their name. I came up with names for these. I don't remember what that was. But they would eventually be known as Pokemon. And then there was another race of, like, magic-using creatures that would eventually become, you know, like, the Mushroom Kingdom residents, essentially. So yes, they were all on the same planet. Great. Everyone had a great time. It was the best. Until a small faction of the Mushroom Kingdom people, known as the Koopa Clan, decided to branch off and do some nefarious things. So, this planet had, like, a source of power, essentially. I do not recall what I named it. Actually, no, hold on. Let me put this away for a sec. Where is it? Remember earlier in this video, I pointed out this thing in Chapter 3? The little star thing there? That. I think I called it the Harmony Star? I don't remember if I ever settled on a name. But it was something to that effect, but... The point is, it kept everything in balance or whatever. It's full-on MacGuffin mode or some such. I don't remember. But it was an artifact of great power, and the Koopa Clan wanted it or whatever. So they got it. They caused some chaos. It was bad. Nobody likes bad. But then, like... There were 5... like, leaders, essentially. I didn't really decide on a name for them, I guess. But, like, there were 5 people from various races and all that, and they were like, hey, stop that. You're bad. Actually, I'm trying to think. It might have been one of the leader guys that was, like, plotting this whole Koopa Clan thing anyway. And, he's like, no, I don't want to stop it. I wanna cause problems. I wanna be the strongest of all of us. And then they're like, no. So they destroyed the Harmony Star so we couldn't use it anymore. Unfortunately, this upset the balance of the planet and caused it to split in 2. You might be able to figure out where this is going. So this is a thing that comes up a little later, actually. Hold on. Where's the chapter break at? We're like skipping ahead a bit here, but remember the chapter break here with like Cooper and Colorado and whatnot, and they're like, I specifically mentioned they're on planet Amanita, you know? That's the Mario Bros planet. They're like hanging out, checking out some ruins, and they find some unknown text. How the heck did that get there? No one knows. It's a mystery. So yeah, that's kind of the basic gist. I feel like there was more to it, and I would have explained it in better depth, like, if I actually got to it, but, like, I had a whole bunch of jumbled plans that I never got to get to, essentially. There's a part of it I don't quite remember how it works in, and I'm trying to recall. I want to say, like, I want to say the Koopa Clan guy also... You know what? I have a gosh dang text document somewhere that probably has this in there. Let me see if I can't find it real quick. Okay, yeah, actually I do. Alright, yeah, Oh, okay, no, hold on. There was like a meteor that happened. Yeah, so there's a meteor that struck the planet. And, it was... Oh, okay, no, hold on. This is... Alright. Now I'm remembering the piece I missed. Alright. Before all the things I just said happened, there was a meteor. It sent the world into chaos. The meteor contained a dark force that slowly consumed the world. And, it was called the Dark Star. Yes. The Dark Star. I was incorporating lore from, established lore. That's right. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah, okay, and then they appointed the 5 leader people, and, they created the Harmony Star thing. Actually, it says here I called it the Jewel of Harmony, so whatever. It was star-shaped. It's Mario-related. Who cares? It's fine. They used that, and it balanced out everything. So that's the thing. So when they destroyed it, that caused, you know, the dark power to basically cause chaos again, and the planet ended up splitting in 2. Right, alright. That's a thing. Okay. We got it. We figured out the missing piece, because that was kind of relevant to things. Yeah, so that's the thing. Gosh, I had a list of who the 5 people were, because some of them are important for reasons. I want to make sure I didn't get it wrong. This would be a prelude to Inside Story, because the Dark Star, I guess in terms of the lore of this comic, the Dark Star still exists on planet Amanita, just, you know, deep underground or whatever, and then sealed by the Star Sprites or whatever the lore in Inside Story is, I don't remember. But yeah, I definitely came up with this after Inside Story. This is just kind of like the origin of it, I guess. Let's see. Alright, let's see if I remember this right. So, I know one of the oracles was actually going to be Mew itself, because Mew is ostensibly, like, immortal or whatever, so it's just kind of hanging around. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Another one would have been Arceus. I do remember that one. It's the rest of them I'm a little fuzzy on. Okay, no. Hold on. One of them is a character that I'll talk about later, because it's way more relevant later. I actually, technically speaking, you actually do see this character in this comic. Technically. We just haven't gotten there yet. I don't know if you remember. I didn't point it out at the time, because there wasn't a reason to, really. Let's see. One of them was... Is ancestor the right word? Yeah, one of them is an ancestor to the line of princesses that Peach is a part of. The last one, being the Koopa Clan guy, was going to be the Magic Koopa that's in the dark room. Okay, I got it. I got it, I figured it out. It took way longer than it should have, probably, but it's fine. Alright. Because that's a thing. So yeah, you know, you had the 2 Pokemon, you got the 2 humans, and then the Magic Koopa guy. Spoiler alert, that other guy's a human, don't worry about it, it's fine. So yeah, backstory lore. Backstory lore. Everybody loves it. This all would have been relevant for things eventually, but, you know, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's only kind of a mess because of the way I described it, I guess. It's... I don't know. And, like, to be fair, really the only part of it that matters is, like, the 5 characters were important. The Dark Star was kind of an element that would come up again. And I mean, the Jewel of Harmony, I guess, was also a thing. But, like, I mean, you know. Yeah, so the planet split in half, and, you know... Gosh, you know, I feel like I had a name for the planet, and I don't remember what it was. I mean, I understand it doesn't quite work logistically if the planet's split in half, but we can just assume that, like... Because one half was primarily, like, the Mushroom Kingdom people, and the other half was primarily the Pokemon people. Humans were kind of, like, in a weird limbo of sorts. Most of them were on the Pokemon side, I guess. Pokemon side, I recall I had a bit of explanation for, because there's this whole lore in Pokemon with, like, Regigigas, like, pulling the continents together or whatever the heck. So, like, you could argue, like, Pokemon have enough power on their side to, like, theoretically terraform a planet. So, you know. Listen, it's fine. It's a fictional universe where magic exists. Which is probably why the other half of the planet was fine, because magic exists. Like, that's the thing. Don't worry about it. It's not important. Let's see. I honestly, this Bowser panel in the middle, I don't remember... See, this is implying a thing about Peach being important. But I don't remember why... Like, I don't know if Mew is just misinformed or something. I don't remember. Because, like, what the heck is Bowser gonna do? Oh, you know what? I might know. Okay, but I'll get to that later. I might know. The thing with the Golden Square and the Shroom Balls is kind of irrelevant at this point. Kinda. So, like, here's the thing. I'm gonna go back to plot number 2, because I'm gonna point out real quick, this whole thing with the lore backstory thing and everything is technically plot number 3. Like, we've moved on a bunch at this point. Like, I could never stick to one thing, apparently. But, like, this was me wanting to move away from random tournament arc that just wasn't really gonna work out, I guess. There was a thing I was gonna have as far as the tournament arc goes in plot number 2, where Magikoopa guy was like, alright, all of these Pokemon were caught in the Shroom Balls. That's great. I am an evil magical being, and I have inflict mind control on all of the Pokemon in the Shroom Balls. Got 'em! Ha 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 ha! I don't know, I didn't like that one too much. I mean, first of all, what do you do about that, even? I don't know. And, like, it's so weird that I still have this little bit in here, implying that it was still gonna be relevant, and I'm just like, man, but why? Because, like, Mew's just, like, foreshadowing, like, hey, don't use them. It's gonna be bad. Obviously, I know that. I'm psychic. It's fine. Anyway... I don't know, so... I don't think there was any specific reason Mew wanted the Pokemon Trainer kids to come along. You know, I never really had, like, a name for their group. Technically speaking. Like, they don't need one, but, like... it might have been nice to have on occasion. Because, I mean, Mario and Luigi can be collectively called the Mario Bros. So, like, I don't know. It's fine. But I don't think I had a specific reason for them to be told to come along other than, like, I don't know, Mario and Luigi might need help. It's fine. And then I just do a funny joke about being under a truck. Wow. Alright, we're done with Comic 100, ostensibly. Alright. So, things go from there. Everybody loves it when things go from there. Oh my gosh, everyone is talking. Luigi still needs to catch a Pokemon, by the way, in case you forgot. I hope you didn't forget. Ron didn't do anything in that comic. That's the title of the comic. Ron does nothing. It's funny, because he just stands there and doesn't have any lines. It's funny. Kill it, Bayleaf. Kill it. Do it. Kill it. The end. Actually, quick note. I want to point out, because you all recall there was that whole thing with Mario and the sheep. Make note of the fact that I very specifically had Mario separate from the group here. So he's not here to see this. So, you know. Just putting that out there. I love the subversion of my it's blank effective here, but just be like, it's effective. Because it's just tackle. Like, who cares? It's the best. Oh my gosh, is he gonna catch the Mareep? I hope not. That would be funny. This comic in particular, I remember, I had a hard time with Luigi's pose in panel 4. I distinctly remember I was like... I was doing that thing that animators probably do and like posing in front of a mirror or something to try and get an idea of what it might look like from the side. I feel like it went pretty okay. The Mario and Luigi sprites are just from Mario World. The Luigi one is different because, gosh, which version is it? Is it the Mario All-Stars plus World version that had the different Luigi sprite? Because I'm pretty sure the original Super Mario World, like... Luigi just looked like a green Mario sprite. Like, they were the same, just different colors, you know? It's something that they kind of stopped doing after a while, and I guess that was, like, the turning point. So, you know... I remember that. I really do like the joke where Luigi, like, aggressively points and panics. It's funny. It's funny. Hey, look, Egad is talking, and Luigi's running by. It's funny. Everybody loves funny. Alright, well, here's the part where there's Lakitus involved. Yeah, so, like, you'll notice, I very specifically don't let Mario see what Luigi caught, so... It's fine. Oh my gosh, it's Pidgeotto, everybody's favorite Mario creature. I made that joke already. Alright, we're back to here. Oh boy! Everybody loves this comic that I already showed, like, a few minutes ago. So, like, we're all like, oh my gosh, Ruins of Alph has never had any real known significance, y'all. Man, I'm glad I got to put Cooper in here. Cooper's great. Alright, let's see. Let's see. It is inevitable. It will destroy us. If it is not stopped, it will happen again. There, I did it. Now you don't have to. Finally. So yeah, it's a warning. It's warning about something, but what could it be? I don't know. The end. It has to do with more of that backstory lore, I guess. So, I'll get to that at a later. Alright, let's see. We got to Chapter 4 again, so I may as well show the Chapter 4 thing again, see if there's anything to talk about here. There is, a little bit, but, I want to say, by the way, I had an extremely difficult time finding this Bowser icon. 'Cause, like, I don't even remember what I did for this, if I'm honest. Because you might be thinking, like, oh, well, I mean, just like, you know, Mario Party has the Bowser space. You can just take it from that or something, right? And it's like, have you looked at the Bowser space icon recently? It does not look good. It just looks bad. Like, I don't even remember what this is. This might be, like... I want to say I, like, altered a sprite of it or something, and then did a bunch of blurring or whatever. I don't remember. I just remember having a hard time getting this Bowser... Well, sprite's not quite the right word, but, like, this Bowser icon. Is Mario Party 7 even out yet? Well, it must have been, because the Wii was out. Considering I made a Mario Galaxy reference in an earlier comic. I don't know. The unknown text. That is a line of dialogue specifically from the games. Crystal, actually. But, you know. So, our words shall remain here for the ages. Yeah. Time for Chapter 4, also known as Why the Heck Is It So Long? I don't know. Actually, now that I'm seeing it real quick, something I was doing around this time is I was on some forums in a few places. You might have heard of one or two. I don't know. But I had, like, a little icon in my signature for a while where, this is something I did, more so for LPs, where I had my name, and then, like, the background was, like, something to do with whatever my current LP was. I did, however, make one for the comic that I was going to change for every chapter. Which essentially means I had this as my icon for a while. Well, not an icon, but like as my signature for my forum posts for a while. Detailing something that was not even seen in the comic, actually. So, like, because I didn't quite get that far, but, you know. Foreshadowing for later, probably. It's a thing that happened. Yes. Alright. Let's go back to the characters that matter. This is also the part of the comic where I'm like, man, remember Lario and Luigi? I should probably do something with them, right? Right? I mean, technically speaking, I didn't have to. I could have just, you know, forgotten all about them and moved on with my life. I could have. Unfortunately, I had plans for them. So they had to be worked back into the plot somehow. Ugh. I don't know why I decided to do that, but it is what it is. Anyway, I like the callback to Mario and Luigi with the star in the background. I'm pretty sure that's the same exact background, except I put, like, the little confused eyebrow thing. Pretty sure. But, you know, it's fine. So yeah, I tasked Lario and Luigi, their names are impossible to say. I tasked them with finding the kids. Thank goodness they eventually did that. Definitely. Alright, well, here we are, the ruins of Alph. Wow! Goomba Gang is here. Everybody loves Goomba Gang, I assume. I believe... Is that in here? Yeah, okay, it was. Alright, yeah. I had... This time I just kind of remade the entirety of the Ruins of Elf for some reason. You know, because why not? You might know, like, really the only difference from, like, actual Ruins of Elf, honestly, is, like, there's two little paths over on the left that lead into a forest that obviously doesn't exist in the games. So, like, you know, that, I guess. The one in the middle-ish is the one that gets used later where the guard is. I find it kind of funny that that's the one I use, because there's clearly, like, 2 rocks in the way of getting to that path, but, like... I don't know. They must have cheated and walked around them or something. Like, how do you even do that? That's probably illegal. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. They've commit an illegal move. Absolutely illegal. It's the Goomba Gang. Everybody loves the Goomba Gang. It's just true. Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to have a confrontation here because this was going to be just... The whole point of this was to be the introduction to the Mario and sheep thing. But, you know, that'll happen when it does, obviously. Plus, I mean, Luigi hasn't really done anything important in a while. He's just kind of run around from Pokemon, so, like, I wanted him to do something, you know? It's one of those things. Like, he gets to beat up a bunch of Goombas. It's fine. Like, who cares? Then I came up with this, like, stealth spike hat thing, which is honestly cheating. Can't believe that you would cheat so bad. How dare you? I can't believe. Alright, well, here's the part where Luigi pulls out a sheep. Oh, yeah. Sheep time. The fact that this Mareep says meep all the time is a reference, in-joke kind of thing that there's really no point to explain because literally all it is meep the sheep. That's the joke. Anyway, moving on. Alright, this thing. I wanted Mario to have character development, so how do you do that? Give Mario an irrational phobia. That sounds fun, right? Ignore the fact that, you know, Sleepy Sheep is an item in the Mario games. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's not important. By the way, I don't have any explanation for what actually happens to Mario because I was never going to explain it. It's just... It was always supposed to be completely ambiguous. So, I could not tell you. Yeah, so, yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to establish this at some point. You know. This would have a payoff super late in the comic, though. Actually, I do recall I had plans for this. How do I describe this without spoiling what I'm going to talk about later? So, Luigi's Mareep has evolved into a Flaffy by this point. I'll tell you that much. Mario gets into, like, a dangerous situation, and for reasons I don't recall exactly, the only one that can save him is Luigi's Flaffy, which Mario wants nothing to do with. Apparently, he would rather die than receive help from the sheep. So I think it was something along the lines of, like, Mario's hanging off of a ledge somewhere. Like, he just has to reach up and grab the sheep and have the sheep pull him back up or some such. You know, it's one of those situations. I was gonna have a thing where, like, Flaffy couldn't quite reach, even if Mario would have accepted it. And I was gonna have, like, some dramatic moment where at pretty much simultaneous moments, Mario actually reaches for it after being convinced to do so, and Flaffy also evolves into Ampharos and has slightly farther reach. So, you know, that was going to be a thing. I don't know if that would have necessarily cleared up the phobia completely, but, I mean, it would have been a payoff of sorts. But, you know, there's more to that scene than I'm not saying, but, like, it would have been at a very particular moment, essentially. But also, like, this would have been, like, pretty late in the comic, actually. I don't know what I would have done with this concept throughout, because, I mean, I feel like something I would have done is I would have had, like, Blake notice and no one else. Probably. So, I don't know. Blake feels like, because he's blind, he's got more perception of things, I guess. People always say that, like, your other senses are heightened or whatever. So, like, he'd probably pick up on, like, certain things more than others would. So, I don't know. Maybe that would have been a thing that I could have toyed with or something. I don't know. Definitely no one else would have known. Mario would have been very weird at certain situations, but nobody would piece it together. I don't know. It's a thing. Basically, a lot of this came down to I wanted Mario to have a weakness. Because, I mean, he kind of doesn't have a very pronounced weakness. Just in general. So, like, you know. I mean, I have written him as being very impatient, so I mean, that is in of itself a weakness, but, you know, obviously, it's not a big one. Anyway, this is, it's Randy time! There he is, everybody loves Randy. This is also another thing of, like, I wanted to have character development. This is definitely the part of the comic where I'm, like, I'm kind of tired of Ron being, like, the dumb, stupid idiot. That's his character entirely. So, like, alright, let's give him, like, an interest and tone back the dumb, stupid a little bit, you know? Like, he was still gonna do dumb, stupid things, probably, but, like, you know. Also, you know, very blatantly, I designed Randy to be, like, a Ron lookalike from the beginning, so, you know. Setting up. I don't know if people really even noticed. It's, even though in this last panel I have them literally standing next to each other, facing the same way and everything. I don't know. I don't know how many people might have noticed. Alright, well, a little bit of backstory here. I had to, you know, establish what the characters were doing and all that. There's, like, this... I probably just made, like, a weird rectangle shape and, you know, made it a silhouette with some blur. I don't know what that is. It could be anything. But it's supposed to be Bowser's ship. It's fine. Is it, though? I don't know. Luigi's mad. There's not much going on. It's whatever. Here's the part where I realized I didn't establish Mario and Luigi having hammers, so I gotta give them hammers. That way it is established. Why he has comically large hammers, I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a rare instance of me making a sprite. Because I don't think that's a hammer sprite from anything. I'm not saying, like, a hammer is a very complicated object to make, but, like, it is worth mentioning, you know? You know, funny joke. It happens sometimes. Yeah. But no, I wanted them to have hammers because I was going to give them... They're more options when they're not actually using Pokemon to do things. I guess. Obviously, we're setting up for dumb shenanigans that are gonna happen in a little bit. I hope you enjoyed seeing Ron wearing the purple shirt. We only get to see that again in the flashback, and it's sad. It's sad. Probably. I don't know. This I don't know, this whole subplot thing, I don't know what it does for the comic. Really? Because, like, all this does is it makes it so that Ron has a different appearance for a while. It's kind of it. But, I don't know. Yeah, they just kind of walk through the rocks. Like, who even cares, man? Who even cares? Hot dog eating contest? It's great. It's just absolutely phenomenal, in fact. Alright, well, we're allowed to go through, but let's do an autograph and reference Ron Wood, of all things. Goodness gracious, why did I do this? This had no bearing on anything whatsoever, and it is sad. It is sad. Remember all the way back in Comic 12 when I said, man, this is a stupid joke. I literally gave him a last name for a stupid joke. Why did I bring this up? I don't know. Because up to now, this is the only time that his name has appeared in the actual comic, because I just completely eradicated the first 15 comics by this point. I'm not saying it's a bad last name. I just don't like why it exists. You know, it's one of those things. It's just so funny to me that I brought that back. Because I could have just stopped at who the heck is Ron? Why did I have to have him sign his full name? Like, I don't know. I'm just getting mad at dumb things that really aren't that bad. It's fine. Alright, well, here we are in the computer room. Yeah. I didn't notice this until just now. I like how it says Mario's location. I'm pretty sure that's accurate to the games, where it shows your, like, your trainer name, I think. I think it says that, right? It's been a hot minute since I played Gen 2, so, like, I don't remember. Alright, I'm gonna point this out, because I mentioned this earlier with the Magikoopa guy being one of the 5. Naturally, he would know who the Alf are. So that's why he's got that reaction going here. This is some foreshadowing that existed, but nobody noticed, probably. Well, I mean, they probably noticed that it was going to be foreshadowing, but to what? Who knows? So yeah, he wants to know what this world knows of the ruins of Alf, because, I don't know. It's a thing. Yeah, Delta gets to be fired. That, we never got to see the payoff for that or anything, sadly. It's fine. Alright, the carrot. Alright, the carrot. Actually, this comic is funny. Unfortunately, Smack Jeeves does not exist anymore, so... Oh gosh, a sneeze, help. Oh, help, they always come in twos. Why? Ah. Alright, what was I saying? Smack Jeeves, alright. Smack Jeeves had, like, a contest, like a best of thing. And, for reasons that are kind of baffling to me, apparently my comic was nominated for the Best Sprite Comic category. I think that's what it was. I didn't win, for the record. Not that I expected to, because the competition were, like, leagues ahead of me as far as everything else. So, I don't know why I was even nominated. I specifically point that out in this comic because, for whatever reason, this was the example comic that they used when they're like, hey, here's one of the nominations. Look at this funny thing where Luigi hates carrots. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I don't really remember, if I'm honest. And, like, that, all of that is gone now, so, like, I don't have any way to look up context or anything. I just kind of vaguely remember it. But anyway, carrot. The carrot never got to be used. So, it's a sad day indeed. But I did have it on this list anyway. It gives you bunny ears. And honestly, the bunny ears are pretty good. I won't knock the bunny ears, honestly. They're not the best. They're not the worst. It's worth noting, obviously, Luigi's just gonna hold on to this. He was probably gonna use it in some clutch moment later. I don't know when. I don't know why. Frankly, I don't know if this was establishing much of anything. It could change ability to levitate. I don't know. I never thought about every single power-up and what it would do. So, I'm really just not sure on that one. But definitely rabbit ears would be a part of it. For sure. For sure. Let's see. Alright, now it's time for the Ariados fight. That existed. This is kind of the part where it's like, man, we went into the spooky forest. I should probably do something while they're in there, you know? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. It's a thing. So it's time for Mario to be like, no, I don't want to see that sheep. I'm scared. Instead, I'll do it. Here I go. That's the plot of this battle. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember this part, actually. So, like, the next series of comics, actually, I had, like, a naming gimmick for some reason. Where this one's, like, arachnophobia. And, like, the rest of them are various phobias that had something to do with what happens in the comic. It's... I don't know. I haven't been talking about the comic titles very much, but, like, I don't know. Most of them exist, and they're fine, I guess. They're not really all that worth talking about, because, like, usually they're some kind of extra joke of sorts, or otherwise just, like, this is what happens. It's like that one comic a little bit ago I mentioned where it's like, Ron does nothing. Well, it's true. Ron, in fact, does nothing. You know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a ton to say about the Ariados fight. The Ariados fight, I feel like, is entirely set up to introduce the concept of the poison mushroom. So, like, it's kind of it. This one's called Pyrophobia. Yeah, we can't use fire because reasons. Mario certainly couldn't aim away from Sean or anything. Definitely not. Not in the slightest. This is just a whole bunch of comics of, like, Mario tries to do things and Blake says no. I don't know. Frankly, there's no reason this gosh dang Ariados should be able to just grab the hammer out of the air and flip it away. Like, what the heck, man? How strong is this spider? I don't understand. Yeah, you got your silly carrot, Luigi. Somehow it's been 5 minutes already. It's whatever. Oh no, it's the poison mushroom! Ah! I mean, to be fair, it's implied that this Ariados is, like, somewhere in an extremely high level. So, like... that, I guess. I calculated the levels of all the Pokemon everybody had at some point. I want to say they were probably around, like, 15 or so. And this would probably be somewhere around, like, maybe the 50s. I guess. I don't know. I never really established levels. That's kind of the thing. It's just supposed to be strong. It's just unfortunate, like... there's no real way to tell other than, like, I don't know, it seemingly does stuff. I would think that a poison sting from a high-level Ariados on a low-level Vulpix would probably still one-shot it. Get stabbed, why wouldn't it? I don't know. The relative strength of some of these Pokemon is, you know... I'm aware Poison Sting is not a powerful move. I get it. But, like... level difference kind of means a lot. Okay, so that one... Mysophobia? Fear of mushrooms, I'm assuming, so I don't know. In this comic, I forgot to do the onomatopoeias and Pokemon saying things for some reason. So, like, it's just kind of silently attacking that Vulpix and no one is reacting. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So, here's the thing. I had ideas for the gosh dang poison mushroom. Let me tell you. So let's see. Oh, I can't scroll down anymore. That's the bottom of the page, by the way. Yeah, don't touch it. Bad. It makes a toxic substance that harms you, but for Pokemon... it poisons the Pokemon, and any physical attack will also spread the poison. Poison Pokemon are unharmed and still enhances the toxic nature. Steel-type Pokemon are immune, because of course they are. That's just how Pokemon works. I came up with all these rules that don't even apply to the situation at hand. I mean, physical contact, you know what I mean. It's all the same, really. Kinda. I mean, it is an important distinction of sorts, I get it, but frankly, you know what I mean. When they touch, so contact, I guess. It's just, I feel like there's a few inconsistencies with contact and physical attacks. Kind of. I don't know. Also, for the record, you know, it gets hit by a leech life. It's not like Gen 7 leech life. That didn't exist yet. Earthquake can spread poison, why not? Alright, that one was toxophobia, which I guess is just fear of poison? I don't know. I don't even know what this next one is, but whatever. Taz comes up with a plan, by the way. Watch out. Plan time. I don't know why I just decided, like, you know, everybody else is gonna kind of stand back and watch Mario do a thing. Definitely a good idea. Definitely. It's searingly effective. You know, I mean, this is a plan of sorts. You know? How much damage would Vulpix really be doing? Because it gets a Flash Fire boost. What does Flash Fire do again? Does it raise special attack by 1 or 2? I don't remember. I don't remember if it's special. It might just be, like, both. I don't remember. Oh, it raised power of fire moves specifically. Fair enough. That makes more sense, actually. Like, 50% power up, followed by a helping hand, so, like, being also super effective. Like, how much damage are we talking? Like, base power, essentially. I don't know the Pokémath. I am not versed in such, sadly. It's unfortunate. Truly tragic, in fact. Anyway. Sesquipedalophobia. I don't know what that is. But it's probably relevant somehow. Anyway, let's explain what just happened. Definitely need to do that. Oh my gosh, it's the shadowy character. I want to point out, actually, Cobalt here. I did not have his design finished when I put that sprite there on the screen. I knew what the basic shape was going to be, but I recall that wasn't the finished sprite. So, like, there might be some differences, but it's gonna be hard to tell considering I blurred it anyway. But, you know, just putting it out there. He's there. It's fine. I probably have stuff I could say about Cobalt. I don't know, probably. Alright. Mario tosses a golden square. That's probably dangerous. I mean, that thing's freaking huge. Could hurt someone. Especially since it's heavier than it looks. Goodness, man. Yeah, thanks for the antidote on the Vulpix. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot I established that Blake stocked up on supplies, you know? Did anybody, like, pack revives? Because there's this whole thing later of, like... Oh, no! Ron and Sean knocked out both their Pokemon. That's terrible. And I don't think they did anything about it. I don't know. It's weird. Watch out for bears, by the way. They're dangerous, ostensibly. I feel like at this point I probably had the finished sprite, because you can kind of sort of see it now. It's still blurred, but it's fine. Alright, let's establish a character. Here we go. Cobalt only gets to be in, like, effectively 2 comics. But boy howdy, this guy was gonna come back a lot, actually. He didn't really get to do much. It's truly unfortunate. He says something about Mario needing Luigi. You know what I think that is? Let me see. Where is that comic that I'm thinking of real quick here? All right, again, skipping ahead. You recall this one where they're like walking into the room and then on the wall they see Ammonite. You know, spelled in such a way that's similar to Amanita, the planet name. That's the funny thing about this, is it's like they're chasing after Goombas that came in here, and like there's maybe a door of some kind. I didn't really ever get to establish how the Goombas got in. I want to say it was just something simple like, oh my gosh, if someone from Planet Amanita touches the wall, the door will open. Hooray! Something that they probably just found out by accident, because obviously it doesn't seem to work if they're like just in the room, apparently. I don't know how I established it, but I think I had something where like Mario and Luigi specifically together needed to do something later, and I don't remember exactly what that was. This guy has his own interests, I'll just say that much. Let's see. Yeah, forest is filled with strong Pokemon. Who the heck are you? Name isn't important, whatever. He's going by Cobalt. That's not even his real name, probably. Doesn't matter. It's not important. It's not important. His name is literally because he's blue, and it starts with the K because he's a Koopa. That's how it works. Obviously. I'm just trying to look at what he's saying here, so like, you know. I'm not with Bowser. He's got to explain the Mario paper version thing. Alright, so yeah, he was on Bowser's ship, so like, you know, that's a thing that he did. He was just kind of there somewhere. It's fine. What is worth the risk? Alright. I want to point out, actually, Mario's like, oh my gosh, there's that Mew thing, and it said that we should go rescue Peach, and then Cobalt's like, that's interesting. Yeah, Cobalt knows some stuff. I'm just gonna put that out there. I will point out that he is specifically reacting to Mario saying Mew's name. So, I'll leave it at that for the moment. Leave it at that for the moment. Alright, well, then he leaves. He just kind of saves Luigi, and then he leaves. Frankly, I don't know why he was here. Like, if he's just gonna leave, like, what's the point? It's fine. I just wanted to establish him as a character, I guess. So, you know, it's whatever. I'll talk more about him later. I keep saying I'm going to talk about things later. There's just... I don't know. I want to talk about stuff at the end, I guess, you know? One of those things. Oh my gosh, this is also a comic that is actually going to be real important in the future. Too bad the future didn't exist. But, you know, it's fine. Okay, so Brent is having a call with, I don't know, his superior or whatever. I don't know if I ever had an idea of who this is. It's not important, probably. Yeah, her father... You know, the funny thing about Brittany's father... This is not the president, but obviously he's talking about him. I distinctly remember trying desperately to see if the games ever establish a name for the president of Silphco. I never found one. But I remember, like, I remember actually posting on GameFAQs. You can probably still find this, actually, if you look hard enough. There's a post on, I want to say, the Fire Red Leaf Green board. One of them, I don't remember, where I actually posted there asking if anybody happened to know, like, the president's name. I think I got, like, one reply that was effectively like, nah. But, I don't know, I tried. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't want to talk to anyone about it because I didn't want to, like, spoil things, but, like, you know, it's fine. Alright, well, that's a thing. Remember this for later. He's in contact with a dude. It's fine. Where were we? Alright. Alright, it's the part where Mario finds a Goomba. Luigi gets a mushroom, apparently. Oh man, that golden square's on cooldown again. Darn. There goes the Goomba. Everybody chase after the Goomba. Please. Alright. Yeah, this one, again, we already saw it, it's fine. But, you know. Yeah, I pointed out before, I had the one thing where I made an actual puzzle to solve. Some people actually did do it, for the record. I already forgot where the gosh dang thing is. Right, well, yeah, I mean, here's the broken version again, in case you forgot. There it is. I did make a fixed version that I posted alongside the next comic. Hooray! People had a hard time reading unknown text, though, I'll tell you that much. Because I recall there were a few people that got some of the words wrong, and I'm just like, it's not exactly the most obvious thing, but, like... They are just English characters, so like, I don't know. Just slightly different. But, you know, it's all gibberish. Yeah, see, notice how Mario and Luigi don't step up to the wall? It's just Blake. He's not an Omninate. Gosh, man. You see, Ron translates it for you, so, you know, it's fine. Yeah, they are kind of ambiguous in some of them, but, like, you can kind of get the gist, I would think, but I don't know. I've just never had a problem with it, I guess. So maybe it's just me. Sean is starting to become mad. It's time for a new character. I didn't point this out the first time we went through this, because this was a character all along. Dude just never got a chance to do much, but there he is. In the panel on the left. It's that unknown there. You might notice it has a peculiar shape. So that's the shape of the alpha symbol, for the record. This guy was gonna be, like, mega important, actually. But I'll get to him later, but for right now... Because he would have appeared at, like, the end of the Ruins of Alph saga. Like, for real, appear, you know, instead of just kind of doing whatever shenanigans he's doing right now. It's fine. Alright? Just putting that out there. Alright, this comic. I have a confession to make about this comic. So, you know how in the next comic, Luigi finds the coin on the ground and is like, wow, a coin, that's fun. When I first posted this comic, the coin was not there. I had to go back and subtly add it in, because otherwise, you know, it wouldn't make sense. Granted, it doesn't need to be there right now, because, like, they're not even acknowledging it. It's just kind of a thing that's there, but I wanted to make sure that it was there so it would make sense in the next one. Why it's not seen right now, I don't know, but, you know, it's whatever. It's fine. It's fine. But, you know, I cheated. I'm sorry. Alright, well, now we're gonna bring back the Shroom League as a concept for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, he finds the coin on the ground, and it definitely wasn't there in the last comic originally. I had to cheat that in. I could have easily just put the coin, like, over to the left or something, but that's not where Sean was, so, you know. I don't know if Sean has, like, a hole in his pocket or something. Like, how did he lose it? I never established that, but you know what? It's not important. Or at least it won't be, because obviously I didn't go anywhere with this. I want to say I had the concept of the coin existing separately from the concept of Mario and Luigi having an excuse back into the plot by way of the coin. I'm pretty sure those were separate ideas. Pretty sure. But, you know. Alright, well, then I have this plan where they're like, oh my gosh, we have to have an excuse to keep going because finding the kids was not a good enough excuse. I mean, I suppose it's in character for these guys to be more into whatever Mario and Luigi are doing, and they wouldn't necessarily know that these kids are with Mario and Luigi right now. So, I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I still don't like the Shroom League concept. I don't know why I kind of kept it around. Well, okay, I know why I kept it around, because I had already established it as a thing. And unfortunately, as I've said a few times, I have this policy where, like, man, I established it. I can't retcon anything. It's not allowed. It is, in fact, illegal to retcon anything. Here's Bowser again. I like this Bowser sprite. Who wants to see it without, like, the filter? Actually, is that... no. No, that's not what I want. Hold on. I have an old Bowser sprite here. Where is the new Bowser sprite? I definitely have a new one somewhere. Oh, here we are. Okay. Alright. I see. Alright, well, this is a bigger sprite sheet, but here we are. Okay, so, like, get out of here. So, obviously, I got, like, the original ones over on the left that I was going to eventually, you know, convert. Kamek is also here, don't worry about it. But, you know, I got Bowser, he's got smug faces, I got, you know, thinking pose, various things, various emotion faces for some reason. I don't know why I had so many of those, that's weird. And then a bunch of duplicates down here, I think. I don't know, I might have redone some of these. Obviously, I had Bowser's inside story as kind of like the inspiration, at least for like the colors of sorts. I guess, I don't know. It's a thing. I had Bowser. Bowser's cool. I wish I got to use him more, but he died. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, actually, hold on. Remember that signature from before? Yeah, they're just kind of in that room. Actually. Speaking of that, I definitely did sprite this room. I'm pretty sure I have that somewhere. Where is it? Well, you know what? I have a separate file for Ruins of Alf going on here. Huh. I must have put that in like a separate sheet or something. Well, there's the woods, I guess. You know, it's... So, fun fact, I will say, actually, the entirety of, like, all of the ruins areas are just kind of made of this big, long hallway, essentially. You just would never really know, because they're supposed to be in separate places, but I didn't really establish that the best, I guess. But yeah, there's the thing down here. There's 3 specific statues and one that seems to be broken for some reason. That's weird. I was apparently going to do a sort of battle dimension thing. I don't know why I have this here already. Because, I mean, to be fair, inevitably, there was going to be a fight with Bowser, so, like, this is probably where that was going to take place, is in this battle dimension. Remember how I kept complaining that I was never using that? Just, you know. I will say, actually, I don't have it anywhere. I don't think. So, like, the floor tiles actually are, in some ways, kind of custom. Like, there's a lot of, semi-customized things going on in here. The floor tiles are, I think, based off of what the floor tiles looked like in the Ruins of Alf and Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which had come out by this point, for the record. I will say, something funny, actually, that came out of that is, as soon as I heard that Heart Gold and Soul Silver was coming out, I was absolutely terrified of the idea of Nintendo, or well, Pokemon Company, I guess, like, adding lore to the Ruins of Alf. Because by this point, I had already come up with, like, some established lore that had to do with, like, the Alf in general. And, like, if they changed anything significantly, I would be going against the canon, and that would be annoying, actually. So, you know, that's the thing I was worried about at the time. Yeah, I know, it's the same thing with Prime 4. Ha funny. By the way, the little dark silhouette in the background there, can you guess what that is? Can you guess? I'll give you a hint. It's a Xatu. Anyway, I gotta be honest, I don't remember what I was even gonna do with that Xatu. I do not recall. I will say, actually, the one thing I do remember about the Xatu is it actually belongs to Artie. Because Bowser effectively kidnaps Artie. You remember Artie? Artie Stone? What's his last name? Did I establish his name? I forget. Point is, the archaeologist guy who got missing. Well, Artifacts was the name of the show. I don't remember his actual name off the top of my head. Point is, like, Bowser was making use of that Xatu for something. Probably he was just gonna use it to attack or whatever. I don't know. There might have been some brainwashing I had in mind, but, maybe. I don't remember. This comic's just funny. I like this one. But this means I get to talk about the wall text, can't I? Alright. It's not really super established here, more so in the next one, actually, but, you know. Alright, so ignoring what's happening, it's like, hey guys, guess who? You don't remember me? Are you serious? I best be paid for this. Yeah, so here's a fun fact. This is actually a cameo. This is a cameo from a different Sprite comic entirely. Gosh, I am brain farting on the name. Hold on, I might have something here. So, the fun fact about this, actually, is, I don't know if it's a good idea to even show. It was another Pokemon comic, for the record. I'm trying to remember its name. Pokemon Granite. That's what it is. So, here's the thing. This guy had a thing where in... What's the name of that town? Where's the town? It's Norman's Gym. Alright, Norman's Gym had, like, this sign in the back that had, like, some, I think, Japanese characters, or it might have been some art, I don't remember. Petalburg, right, okay, Petalburg Gym. This guy had a gimmick where the sign in the back of the gym would have constantly changing text, as if it were, like, a character that nobody else was acknowledging. I do have, like, an image I saved from it. I don't feel like I should show it. It's awkward, because, like, I happened to look later, and it looks like the guy just outright deleted his entire comic from the internet. And it's like, oh. Well. So I don't know. I'd feel bad actually showing it, I guess. But point is, I asked him if I could do this, essentially. And he's like, yeah, sure, why not? So, in case you're wondering what's going on with the text in the background, it's supposed to be a reference to that. And that's kind of just it, really. There's not a whole lot to it. It was funny, I guess. I got a thing happening later where the text was arguing with, like, the footnote text. It was awkward a little bit, but, you know, it's fine. So as far as what's actually happening here, I probably mentioned this last time we got here, but, like, I realized a group of 6 is freaking huge, and I wanted to split them up a little bit. I figured I would split them up in such a way that they would, you know, be out of their usual groups of people a little bit. I kept Ron and Sean together because they were kind of their own little group, essentially, because they started at the same time, but I was gonna do the thing where Sean was mad at Ron, so, like, it was kind of set up for that, I guess. I guess you could argue Blake is kind of a part of the Mario Bros group, but without Sam, he's going through some things, which is half the reason why Sam is here instead of with him. You know, that sort of thing. And Taz is the girl. Anyway. I lost my place because I changed folders, and I gotta find where I was again. Alright. Yeah, so Sean is mad at Ron because he lost his coin or whatever. That's established in the next comic, actually. For right now, gosh, this is awkward because, like, no, this is a reference to comic, like, 20. Never mind. I thought this was a reference to one of the new First 15, which we haven't gotten to yet, and I'm going to soon. Don't worry about it. But, you know, it's fine. I like the text Sean's rage is building. It's pretty good, actually. I like it. Yeah, this guy zooms in too much. Yeah. Yeah. So, this is a thing, because I wanted an excuse to have them fight, I guess. Yeah, I never established where the coin came from, actually. So, the thing about the coin... no, you know what? No. No. Hold on. It'll make more sense to explain later. Just trust me. Just trust me. You didn't finish the top one? Sorry. What's going on here anyway? It's a secret to everybody? Really? Alright. Good. Why? I don't know. But yeah, they're fighting, and that's just it. Okay, so I want to point out this is also a reference to that RPG again, because recall that these two characters are based off of characters from that RPG, and that they have the same Pokemon. The first initial part of this fight is basically exactly identical to how that went down. This whole thing where it's like, gosh, you have a ghost type? All I can use is Ember. I can't use Tackle, man. The heck? Also, you know, I'm just using Nightshade or whatever the heck. I don't remember. I mean, it's a little bit twisted to be different for the sake of the comic, but, like, it is mostly identical. So, you know, in case you wanted to know, I don't think we can even see... Oh, okay, no, it says pay attention to me. I was gonna say, I don't think we can even see the dang sign. Alright. Okay, so Ghastly goes down. I do like the wispy effects I put on Ghastly, by the way. I mean, it's just kind of like a simple blur, but, like, it looks way better than whatever the heck I was doing before. So, you know. Yeah, see, it says here, I left the gym for this. You know, you get it? It's fun. It's fun. I don't know. There's a dumb joke at the end of that comic that's not even that good of a joke to begin with, but it's fine. Here comes Wooper. Wooper doesn't do very good, but does good enough. See if I care. Oh, fine, ignore me. Yeah. I don't know, this is just battle. I like the battles, you know, there were a lot of people that really seem to like when I do battles, apparently, so, like, I don't know, I enjoyed doing them. I guess, like, I don't know, there's just not a lot to say about them, because, like, I don't know, there's not much plot going on, I guess is the thing that I can really speak of as far as in the background. It's just a bunch of things fighting. This scene, I was gonna have Luigi do something later, and I don't remember what it was. I just remember specifically coming up with a line for Luigi to say, which I feel has more impact at this point in the timeline than it does now, because, like, back then, only Luigi's Mansion existed. There was no Luigi's Mansion 2, let alone 3, so, like, it had a little bit more impact when referencing it, I feel, because if it just happens again, then, you know, it's a little silly. But, like, there's some line I had planned for Luigi along the lines of, like, how did it go? Something like, nothing in that mansion scared me more than the thought of losing my brother, or something to that effect. I feel like I was gonna use it in this comic, but I felt like it took up too much space and I didn't actually use it. So, I mean, I feel bad about that, because, I don't know, I thought that was good. But, you know. Oh, no. They're fighting now. I'm talking about the text people. People made of text. They're fighting! Oh, no! Comic 150 is an extreme turning point, by the way. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, tough to catch, tough to beat, water gun, do a splash, fury slam, blah, blah, blah. This seems awfully familiar. I want to point out, this is a direct reference to the, like, a trainer license battle that they had in the initial first 15 comics. But keep in mind, didn't those not exist yet? How am I referencing this right now? How am I referencing this right now? Also, you might notice I changed the size of Sam so it didn't look weird in this shot. So that's me cheating a little bit. Don't worry about it. So when I put up... Oh, you missed some? I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention to those, really, because they're not important. I didn't come here to be insulted! I know the second one says don't cut me off. I don't think it's Chaos Boys. That doesn't make sense. What does that one on the left say, actually? I want to say, what's this? Does Unknown T have, like, the little circle bit on the bottom? I think it does. I think it's what's this? Alright, well, anyway. Alright, when I uploaded this comic, I also uploaded the new first 15, so finally, we can talk about those, because they are now relevant again. So, I mentioned before, the original first 15 comics were bad. I turned them into Chapter 0 and just kind of nulled them from the timeline, despite the fact that there were like 1 or 2 little references to them still left in the comics somewhere, and there wasn't much I could do about it. But I wanted to fix some things. So I went back and I'm like, well, I can have a sort of prologue happen where I introduce some things that, you know, would be helpful for the beginning of the comic and just kind of better establish things. This is sort of cheating, obviously, but, like, I don't know. Because that's the thing. I could have also just done a lot of this as a flashback of sorts, but I figured this would have been better, just in general. Because I don't think it really goes against any of the established stuff all the way up to a comic 150, so, like, you know. This first comic, yeah, I wanted to kind of, like, establish, like, you know, it's the Pokemon world, you know, look at all this Pokemon. Everybody loves Pokemon. I'm telling a story about all the Pokemon that exist. Pokemon are great. Everybody loves Pokemon. And then I subvert it by Toadsworth being the one telling the story. So, that's a thing that happens. Yeah, no, I like this first comic. I definitely wanted to do a thing where it's like, okay, it's called Pokemon Shroom version. So, like, the first thing you're gonna see is a whole lot of Pokemon stuff, you know, explaining Pokemon stuff, but then I subvert it at the end with Mario stuff. Yeah, it's gotta establish the crossover thing. I want to talk about this book, because this book is actually more important than you'd think, in terms of the overall lore of this entire thing. How do you think Bowser came to know of Pokemon in the first place? Long story short, it's this book. This book basically allows a lot of the Mario characters to kind of understand what's happening, in a way, you know what I mean? So here's how this goes. Bowser learns about Pokemon and is like, yo, that sounds rad. I'm gonna go get some of those, come back, we're gonna kidnap the princess, and Mario Bros won't know what hit him. Perfect. Magikoopa guy is a different story, because, long story short, he already knew. But I'll get to that in a bit. Cobalt, I'll get to him later still, but he also got a hold of this book at some point and stowed away on the ship. Alright? We got that established now? Alright, good. Now why Toadsworth has this, I don't know. That part I didn't understand. Or establish, rather. It's fine. But that's the thing. This book is the catalyst for a lot of stuff. Just by it existing. I mean, I'm assuming, you know, because of the various backstory lore, obviously various legends and such would probably be passed down over the years. You know, stuff like that. So, I don't know, it was just kind of at the time meant to be like this mysterious thing that would come back several hundred comics later. Anyway, Princess gets abducted. Boy howdy, I wish I could have gone into the princess being abducted at all, because I had a whole thing going on with this. Like, there's a reason you can't see what's happening. How did Bowser get the book? That's the fun thing. He didn't. But again, I'll get to that later. You can probably piece together right now, maybe, but it's fine. Talk about Peach later. I just want to establish everything first, you know? I want to make sure. Alright, New Barktown. I decided needed to be bigger, so, it's bigger now. It has a cool battle arena zone that exists. I feel like... yes. I do have a thing for New Barktown. Get out of the way. Yeah, okay, so, like, I mean, there it is originally. I put some roads down, I guess. I don't know. So, yeah, there's... at least this is the part that's established, you know? You can kind of see all that needs to be seen. Ron and Sean's house are the ones up north. You know, it's fine. But, yeah, you know, I wanted to make a whole New Barktown. I gave them a Pokemon Center because it frankly does not make any sense that they don't have one. Guess I just copied this house. I don't know why this is here otherwise. So that's probably just from a different sprite sheet. It's fine. But yeah. Sean was a thing to design because he very blatantly looked like Brendan throughout a ton of the early comics. So I kind of had to keep that. But I cheated a little bit by changing his hair. So, Sean just kind of has that look about him. And also Mr. Watch is here, but we don't talk about him. So, that's a thing. Yeah, I wanted to kind of start out with a bang. So it's like, alright, if I'm going to do this, I want to have a battle within the first 15. Because I feel like that's important for establishing... that, you know, this is gonna happen, this is what they'll look like, I guess. You know, it's just one of those things. I recall I made these all in, like, the span of, like, a month or so. I don't remember how long it took, but, like, because that's the thing. I was effectively uploading Comic 150 and all 15 of these all on the same day. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm establishing that there will be battles, but, like, you know, just the style of them, essentially. So, you know. I notice now, whenever I poison a Pokemon, which for some reason happens weirdly often, like, they're pale or purple. I don't remember what Vulpix looked like when I got poisoned. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted them to specifically have Pokemon that are not native to Johto. Because there's a guy who says, like, you're probably not familiar with these. So, like, that's part of the test, essentially. So, you know, that's a thing that's happening. Because obviously they don't own these Pokemon. They're just, like, part of the test, so to speak. But yeah, I wanted to have a battle where Ron does a thing at the start, and then ultimately doesn't really do a whole lot. He's not very good. But I wanted it to end in a tie anyway. So, you know, that's just kind of how this went down. And I'm like, well, Stunky has Aftermath, and Snorunt is poisoned, so, like, that's probably enough, right? It's frigidly effective. Yeah, it's all fun and games until the skunk explodes. You hate to see it. Alright. Good. Oh my gosh, I love this Elm Sprite. I'm so happy with how the Elm Sprite came out. He's so good. I'm so sad he only got to be used like twice. But it's fine. So yeah, we've established Ron isn't very good, but Sean, you know, passes his exam again. I mean, the again part isn't established until later, but you know what I mean. It's fine. You know what? Whatever. Alright, it's fine. Alright, not every trainer is perfect, so whatever. Ron can pass. Hooray! The end. Why is this song playing? Get out of here. Alright. Where was I? Taz. Okay. Taz. I don't introduce Taz until, like, comic 30-something, so I wanted to introduce her here so that she doesn't just kind of come out of nowhere, essentially. You can see I very subtly foreshadow the whole, secret name thing with the now Taz in the second panel there, so, you know. So, you know. This is just to establish Taz a little bit. That's kind of what this comic is. There's not really much to it. I did make all of Cherry Grove City at this point. That's probably in here still. You know, I keep doing that same thing. Nobody knows what I'm talking about, but I keep doing the same thing, and it's annoying. Well, there's all of that one route. There's Cherry Grove. Hooray! I did it! There's a dock now. That'll be important later, which is why I made it that way. So, you know. Well, plus, I mean, that's where Taz came from, so, like, you know. Because she came off the dock. It's a thing, you know? 'Cause obviously, she's from Kanto. Duh. I mean, she kind of gets angry a few times, but a lot of the times it's like a background gag. Yeah, because I think there was a part, like when Cobalt was talking to them, where he's like, why'd you bring a bunch of kids here? And I think Taz responded, like, wait, what? But, you know, actually didn't do anything about it, so, you know. And now we're getting to this part where I am like, oh my gosh, I wrote myself into a hole. Oh no. So this is Bowser's ship crashing at this particular moment, so that's just all that this is. This is just, I made foreshadowing for a thing that already happened, essentially. That's all this is, but, you know, next comic is the one where it's like, yeah, okay, so everybody knows about the Mario Bros. I gotta explain that somehow. That's the thing. With these comics, I wanted to, like, fix some plot holes, essentially. It's like, how do you explain why everybody knows who the Mario Bros. Are if they're from a different planet? Especially when the Mario Bros. Don't know anything here, you know? It's... Gosh, I wrote myself into a hole with that one. Because this is a stupid thing to patch it up, but, like, I did not know what else to do. You know, it's like, oh, I can't just retcon it. That'd be stupid. I mean, I guess technically speaking, I could also just not try to explain it, but, like... I don't know. I just wanted to, you know? But also it's just kind of worked in here where, like, you know, we're just meeting Sean's father guy, and, like, that's kind of weird, I guess. It does sound cheesy. It does sound cheesy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to do about that plot point. What else I would have done at any rate. Alright, so I want to point out here, I definitely established the lucky coin. I wanted to do that, even though we don't see it for like 100+ comics or something. But I definitely wanted to establish that it's a thing. Also, he's got a Wii. You can tell what era of video gaming we're in now. I'm pretty sure that's a custom Wii sprayed. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Yeah, but I had to poke fun at the fact that he looks like Brendan one more time. Again, I did cheat slightly and his hair is different. But, I mean, obviously that won't stay the same once the comic progresses to the older stuff. So, you know. Sean's mother is a plot point I bring up here and never again. Because I was going to eventually, but I never did. First and foremost, I want to point out, she's not dead. Some people thought that she was dead. It was never really established one way or the other, so I can't exactly blame people for assuming that. But, I never intended for her to be dead. I will say, however, she was the one that gave Sean the coin. The only real hint towards anything to do with Sean's family is in a flashback that occurs, you know the flashback that occurs later? Where is it? It's over here. So this flashback that occurs, yeah, there's a line here where Sean's like, you know, we move a lot. So, like, there's that established, essentially. Gosh, what did I want to do with... I was waffling back and forth about what to do with Sean's mother, actually, because she was going to be a character that shows up later. I just don't remember specifically what I decided on. I think it's another thing that's gonna make more sense once I start establishing all the stuff I keep putting off for the end. I know, I keep doing this. I'm sorry, but like, there's a lot of stuff that just never got established and just doesn't make sense to talk about right here. So like, you know, Ron's mom is the best side character. I will not argue on this. End of story. Ron's family doesn't have nearly as much going on. She would definitely have come back again, because I mentioned before they were going back to New Barktown for some stuff. I feel like I probably would have gone back to New Barktown a few times throughout the comic. It's just that would have been the more, like, soon to occur one. But it definitely would have happened again, like, near the end of the comic, too, so... At least then. I mean, I might have had stuff where, like, it flashes over to Professor Elm, because I mentioned earlier, Professor Elm and Egad would, like, team up on some stuff or whatever. It probably would have flashed to them, and Ron's mother could have done stuff in some of those comics or whatever, maybe. I don't know. This is all hypothetical stuff I could have done, but didn't. This is just a walk and talk. Some of these comics were filler, let's be honest. I got all the stuff I wanted to establish out of the way. So, you know. This last one, I wanted to establish that the Mario Bros were here, because they don't show up for, like, the next several comics. So, that's kind of all this was. You know, most people obviously would have seen this coming if they had seen the comic already, because, like, I mean, this is played off as if it's a big dramatic reveal, but, I mean, obviously it's not for most people, because, you know, I uploaded these way later. But yeah, those are the new first 15. I did that as part of a special thing with Comic 150. You get it? You know, 150, 15. It's multiples of 10. It's great. All right. Back to the present day, I guess. So, you know. All right. So, Sam interrupted the fight. He's gigantic again. It's whatever. Who cares? You'll be hearing from my lawyer. It's true. So, Sean is doing a thing where he's leaving. He specifically says, I should have never become friends with you. So, keep that in mind for a little bit later, essentially, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, Sean leaving, I was gonna do something with, just never got to it. Like, effectively, it was gonna be something along the lines of, like, he'd show back up again during the fight with Bowser or whatever. I don't know for sure if it was just gonna be played straight, like, oh, here he comes to save the day at a dramatic moment, or if I'd, like, subvert it in some way. I never really got to, like, planning out the Bowser fight, you know? So, it's kind of a thing. I feel like, at least as of right now, I feel like what I'd want to do is subvert it in some way. Like, he'd show up intending to do that, but, like, he would flub it up somehow. I don't know. Something to that effect. Anyway, here are these Koopas again. Wow, it's time to be Mario. Where'd I go just now? Yeah, we're just switching scenes, you know. We just had a dramatic moment, so we gotta switch scenes now. It's fine. We gotta switch scenes to some lighthearted Mario committing genocide. Hold up a sec. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of just went over to these guys just in the middle of them having already found each other, essentially, because, I mean, we didn't really need to see them find each other again. Who are these guys? No one knows. Again, I do like how I went full detail on the 1-up thing. There's enough creatures there to produce a 1-up. It's 8, right? Yeah, it's 8. It is 8 of them. That's how you do it. That's how you get a 1-up. You have to kick a shell into 8 dudes in a row. The only thing missing from this is I don't have, like, the score that you get from each subsequent creature you bop with a shell. But that would have taken up too much space, so I didn't worry about that too much. Alright, Naked Koopa. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah, this Koopa just kind of knows what Bowser's plan is, even though previous Koopas didn't. So, like, I don't know, I guess Bowser's been more open with his minions at this point? I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I wanted to kind of give, like, a vague potential line of dialogue that the main characters could use to understand that Bowser didn't actually kidnap the princess, I guess. See, if I didn't outright spoil that... This is weird, because, like, if I didn't outright spoil that Bowser didn't do it, then I probably would not have used this exact wording, first of all. Because that would have spoiled it right here, because it would have been like, oh, Bowser, he didn't do it! I swear! Now, I mean, obviously the Koopa could be lying, especially given, you know, what happens at the end of this comic. But, you know. I mean, he could have said, like, I haven't seen the princess or something. I don't know how I would have done it, because that is true. If I didn't outright spoil that, this Koopa probably would not have said what he did. Did I say a pun? I don't know. I do that a lot. I can't be held accountable for anything, so, you know. Alright. Getting out of here. Alright, well, you know. So, Peach, or rather Kamek, at this point. You know, Kamek's here, disguised as Peach. It's fine. I mostly just wanted a fight to occur here, you know. It's been a while. I bet there was a gap between comics, huh? I bet. Anyway, I'm like kind of foreshadowing Blake's descent into anger here. Or fear, or whatever the heck. He's mad because he lost his magnet thing. And I'm Taz! Thank you, Taz, for existing. You are, in fact, the girl. Alright. I feel like I'm just being mean to Taz for no reason. Now, where were we? Yeah, I don't know. Blake is just real in a hurry to go find Sam. That's kind of all this is, I guess. And then I had to go back here because I wanted to establish that Brent is still around. Man, I got so close to having Brent do a thing. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen. Alright, well. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of text you got there. He's not wrong, though. The sign. I like how there's just a freaking Noctowl statue that's in pieces that he just so happens to fit in. You know, like, it just, you know. Just, you know. Don't worry about it. It's just there. It's fine. He was able to cobble that together somehow without any help. It's not important. Brent is very resourceful, alright? Oh no, the sign's running out of things to say. That's unfortunately. Yada yada yada. See, the joke here is that they stop moving to have a flashback right in front of Brent so that Brent gets really mad. Now he has to stand there longer. He couldn't have just hid behind a torch or something. I don't know, this is funnier. I don't know, I just like the idea of a guy trying to hide in, like, a dumb place, but, like, nobody wants to leave the place. They're completely unaware that the guy is hiding there, but they're still just kind of there. I don't know. Flashback time. I like the little girl in the back, by the way. Just putting it out there. She doesn't even know what's going on. Fine. Hooray! Sean has moved in, and now they can be friends. Nice to meet you, Ron. And then he gets cookies. The end. Alright, this comic is also important slightly. Let's see. Ron's practicing. And then Sean just kind of out of nowhere shows up and he's like, hey, what's up? You know, I thought I could come help you, I guess. I mean, I don't know, I guess. Just figured, you know, maybe I could show up. I don't know, why not? I don't know, he seems unsure slightly. It's fine. Don't forget, but don't worry about it. Alright, second time I get to use the Professor Elm spray. And also the last. Sad day. Oh no, but Ron did not pass. Again. Why are you so bad at Pokemon, Ron? Why? Why? Anyway, Sean be like, I'm gonna be nice and, like, fail myself, so I'm gonna have to try again later for some reason. I don't know. He could have just stayed behind. He didn't have to, like, not accept the trainer's license. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Anyway. Ron is still sad. And Luigi is scared at a thing. Turn around, you fool! What is that thing? I don't know. Man, I never got to use this guy. But yeah, he's a Chain Chomp bro. That's a thing, right? Definitely a Chain Chomp bro. Definitely a thing that exists in the Mario canon. Definitely. Definitely. They were gonna fight that thing. It would have been great. I guess at this point, actually, I did have plans for what was gonna happen there that I guess I can go into. Because we never come back to Ron and Luigi or Sam anymore, so, like, I may as well talk about it now. Yeah, because I had, like, alright, I scripted out several comics ahead, essentially, and I still have scripts for comics that would have happened in the near future. So, like, I do know what would have happened, essentially. Just, you know, nothing image-wise, essentially. So let me skip ahead here, because I finished up the Kamek thing first. Let's see. Okay, so Ron ends up having, like, reservations about using Wooper, because, like, it's already kind of weak from the last fight. And Ron's like, hey, Luigi, you should stop being very scared and use your Mareep or whatever. Please, I'm begging you. Chomp Bro does some insults. He calls his Chain Chomp Lars, by the way. Look, I know Chomp Bros are a thing, but it's not like this specifically. So yeah, the Chain Chomp's name is Lars. Actually, here I have it spelled with a Z instead of an S, so that's canon. We can't dispute that. Let's see. Random punchline occurs, because every comic has to have a punchline, but who cares about that? No more jokes, it's time for the thing. Ron is still trying to get Luigi to do a thing, and Luigi's just like, alright, fine, if living is really that important to you. Unfortunately, they are too slow, and Sam flies in and tries to use Protect again. Unfortunately, it had used Protect recently, and it doesn't work this time. So, bad happens, and Sam gets kind of knocked back a bit. I don't think it gets knocked out, because, I mean, I still kind of want Sam to be alive, I guess, so... You know, Ron, like, explains what happens, because Luigi does his classic line of, what just happened? It's his catchphrase at this point, obviously. Chomp Bro guy realizes, oh, well, that didn't work, and it sounds like you can't do it again, so we're just gonna attack again. I do a little bullet time thing, and then a Bronzong shows up out of nowhere and successfully uses Protect as the end of that particular comic. So, you know, that happens. Chomp Bro be like, yo, what the heck is that? And Ron's like, it's a Bronzong. Chomp Bro be like, I don't know, man, what the heck that is, but Lars, go beat it up. Bronzong uses Psychic and just kind of... They go away. They're dead. They're out of the comic forever. So, you know. Ron says, what just happened? And Luigi's like, that's my line. And, anyway, Ron turns to the Bronzong and is like, hey, thanks for your help, but, where'd you come from? And then it just teleports away, and Ron's like, what? Wait, where are you going? What? Luigi's like, alright, I'm sick of being confused. Can we just keep going? Can we get out of here? And then it pans over to Brent, who has a Pokeball behind his hands, and he's like, well, that solves that problem. See? Brent would have done a thing very soon, but he never got to. Kinda sad, actually. So, you know, So that's how they get out of this situation, in case you were wondering. It's a Bronzong. It's very strong, is the implication. No, Listen, Brent has an entire team of Pokemon. I don't know about entire, but he at least has a Bronzong. He has a Bronzong. That's really all I wanted to say. There's not... Other than the thing about the Shedinja, I don't think I ever established him having anything else. Listen, Brent is a bodyguard. Why would he not have, like, a strong Pokemon with him in case he needed it? You know? I never established that Brent never battles, so of course he would. That's just it. We're in the Pokemon world. Everybody battles. That's how it works. Alright. Now that that's done and sorted, going back over here, I do like, I put in, like, you can even see it in panel 1 and 2. There is that raised floor tile there. Like, Mario's walking over it in the first panel. And, like, Blake is about to hit it in the second. So, like, that's pretty consistent. I tried to make it as obvious as I could in the third panel, so... Moreover, if you say so. Alright, this is the part where Blake is starting to show some weakness, getting scared because he's 10 years old, blind and in a dangerous place. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, also Peach is evil or whatever. It's fine. Who cares? Not me, that's for sure. Alright. Oh no! Mario got magically effective-did. What have you done with Peach? Now, obviously Mario knows it's Kamek, and that's fine. It's a little trick from the Duplighosts. I want to point out, actually, when I was originally planning this bit, I wanted it to actually be Duplighosts. Or, well, at least one, anyway. I could not find a good sprite for a Duplighost anywhere. Was kind of the problem. So it kind of got to the point where it's like, I was gonna probably need to make one myself. And I wasn't about that life. So I'm like, alright, well, you know what? I got Kamek. He can use magic, so he can probably do it. It's fine. Because, like, honestly, it doesn't have to be Kamek. It could have been anyone else, but, like, I don't know. This actually probably works out a little better anyway. Because, like, I mean, Kamek is going to lose this fight, obviously, but, you know, it's just a matter of how they would have gotten out of this, which I never got to, but, you know. I don't know if there's a Goopladosed? Goopladosed. I don't know if there's a sprite today. There might be. I don't know. There was one floating around. I just didn't like it that much. I feel like it didn't fit. Is kind of my problem. So, you know. But that's the thing. I wanted someone to be, you know, disguised as Peach or whatever, because I figured, I don't know, Mario might fall for that. Why not? It also toys with the whole, like, oh, what actually happened with Peach thing a little bit, because, I mean, I don't know if anyone believed for a second that it was actually Peach initially, because, I mean, first of all, I don't waste any time immediately saying that, like, no, it's not Peach. But, because I think I do it, like, the very next comic. But, you know, point is, I don't know, I just wanted to have a fight. I gotta be honest, I probably did too much of this in Chapter 4, because you might notice, I kind of spend a long time in these gosh dang ruins. Like, the comics that take place in the ruins start at, like, 136, when they finally get into that first ruin thing where there's the slide puzzle. There's a short break for, like, the Mario and Luigi bit, and then a short break for the flashback. Other than that, everything else past that point takes place in the ruins. And man, the ruins were still gonna go for a while. Like, This was gonna be a thing. Like, I put too much happening in here. Like, this is an important part of the comic. I'm not gonna sit there and say that it isn't, but like, gosh, this goes on for a long time, and I probably should have cut the Lars thing, and I probably should have cut this Kamek thing. I don't know, maybe not the Kamek thing, if only because, like, Mario's group has otherwise done nothing, effectively. I don't know. Point is, Mario's using the golden square and something is popping out. Can you tell what it is? There's some foreshadowing happening here that never gets done. I also like how that raised floor tile is still there, by the way. A footnote! You're not funny. Well, that's not very nice. Anyway, yeah, here's another instance of, like, Taz getting mad at being insulted. So, in case you wanted to know, that's a thing that happens. Probably. Alright. So Taz is doing a thing. Seriously? Shut up. I mean, to be fair, they would have gone to, like, that inner chamber that I already designed and showed earlier, but, you know, just never got that far, I guess. Man, poor Apom doesn't get to do anything in this comic. Like, every other Pokemon that people have shown off thus far has gotten a chance to do something. Apom never got a chance. It appears and doesn't do anything. Sadness abounds. Oh no, Growlithe die. How did that miss them? That's a very good question, Sign. Where's Blake? Not here, duh. He must have got bored. Alright, cool. Alright. Stop ignoring Kamek, please. Or ignore him for the rest of time. As I did. Alright, well, we've done it. We've finished Loop 2. Now I suppose I have no choice but to talk about the things, huh? Alright, well, first of all, like I said, I had scripted out what was gonna happen with the Kamek thing. Let's see. First of all, so you're not just looking at a gray screen here. Do I have something I can put up? Probably. No, I'll get to Brent eventually. Because that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff I was kind of hinting at that's really just establishing for what would have been later things. That just never happened in the comic, so, like, I'll get to that. Let me just put this back up, I guess. Yeah, there, just stare at this. That's fine. I mean, I might need to put stuff up later, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright, so, camera for the next comic would have actually panned over to where Blake went, alright? He's having a bit of a crisis, you know? He's like, man, I can't handle this. I don't stand a chance against Kamek. Even if I had Sam back. Everything is too hard. Not being able to see makes everything practically impossible. Maybe they were right. They were all right. There's no way a blind person could ever hope to be a Pokemon trainer. This whole thing was a big mistake. And then he's like, no, actually, you know what? No, I can't give up. That's stupid. Taz and Mario might need my help. So he starts running back, and then he trips again, and you know, that's the punchline, because obviously I have to have a punchline. It's very important. You know, we can't have just a comic about character development without a punchline. I don't have any Photoshop files. This is literally just like a Word doc that had scripts in it. That's kind of all it is. Let's see. Next comic. Blake runs into something. What is it? Some kind of box? Hey, it's the Golden Square, apparently. What's it doing way over here? Nothing came out when I ran into it, though, so it must have been activated recently. I bet there's something around here. Back to Taz. Apom dodges a fire attack, I guess, and Mario's like, that was close! Apom's too weak! I just caught the thing, so, you know, I should have expected as much. Anyway, Blake shows up calling Mario's name, and he's like, I got something for you, and it would be a panel of him holding up a Volt Shroom. So yeah, the item you could kind of barely see in the comic previous that I pointed out. Let me get that back up again real quick here. This one? Yeah. Yeah, you can barely see it there. I had that image somewhere of the various items I made. If I could ever navigate my maze of folders, this labyrinth of folders or whatever, like, yeah, you kind of compare it to what comes out of the box. You know, it's the Volt Shroom. So, you know, that's a thing that occurs. Alright, now that that's done. It sure is a Volt Shroom. Yep. Alright. Next comic, Blake throws the Volt Shroom, and it flies way the heck over Mario's head, to which Mario's just like, nice throw. But it lands on the Apom. Kamek is all like, what? That creature can use a Volt Shroom? Whatever. Blake be like, yo, Volt Shroom, I think Apom can use electric moves or something. So Apom tries a Thunder Punch and just kind of deletes Kamek with it. I don't know why that would be so powerful as to do such, but, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess in some ways I probably assume, like, these power-ups give a kind of power boost. So, you know. Anyway, Kamek goes reeling from this and is like, I wasn't expecting that at all. I might want to retreat now. You guys aren't going to be so lucky next time, and he teleports away. And Taz be like, that was surprisingly easy. And Mario's like, I'm a little surprised too. Kamek usually takes 3 hits before he runs. It's a funny Mario joke. Yeah. Okay, so they start talking to Blake. Blake is like, listen, Kamek showed up. I sort of panicked. This whole situation's got me all worked up. I just want to find Sam, alright? Realize I need to stop worrying about myself and worry about finding the others, too. It's okay, Blake, says Taz. And then Mario says, I just hope Luigi's doing alright. I'm sure he's probably scared silly right now. Meanwhile, Ron be like, Luigi, now isn't the time to be scared silly. And then the whole Lars thing happens, so, you know. That's a thing. So, alright. That would be the Lars segment. Next up, after that, I had scripted an encounter, well, not an encounter, but like, we went back to Bowser for a bit, actually. That red Koopa from earlier is all like, yeah, and then he threatened me with his hammer, it was terrible, and Bowser's just not caring. And then Kamek comes in the room and is like, oh no, I didn't quite get him, but also there's some kids. And Bowser's like, you got beaten by children? I expected better from you. And Kamek's like, oh, they got command over these creatures or whatever. And then Bowser makes the obvious statement of like, that makes no sense. These creatures are clearly tools of war. Such raw power to bring the entire kingdom to its knees. They're not children's toys. It's a good point, to be fair. But, you know. Bowser's confident. Kamek is like, yeah, you always have this confidence, and it never seems to work out for you. And then there's a awkward pause, and Kamek just teleports away, and Bowser's like, yeah, you better run. And then, okay, remember how I said the red and green Koopa were gonna have a payoff? This is it. This is it right here. The green Koopa then says to the red Koopa in the background, you still owe me 100 coins. That was it. The payoff. Finally. It feels so good to get to that payoff, man. So good. There was a thing earlier where, like, the Koopas were talking about, like, I bet you 100 coins I could beat Mario. And, well, he didn't. So, you know. Anyway, it cuts back to Mario, Taz, and Blake again, I guess. Walking around. Suddenly, Blake hears voices up ahead, and one of them sounds like Kamek. Oh my gosh, we found Bowser. Probably... What should we do? Mario wants to storm the place with a head-on assault, and Taz be like, no, we should do a sneak attack. Alright. And I think that's where I stopped, actually, yeah. Okay. So yeah, they were gonna meet up with Bowser first, I think. Because that's the thing, I never got far enough to really script out what would happen in the Bowser fight. Obviously, most of the characters would be present. So, you know, that. I'm trying to think if I had any idea of such. I think, yeah, Mario, Taz, and Blake would come up with some plan that would, like, try to sneak up on them. I feel like maybe what would have happened is that Ron and Luigi and Sam show up first and just kind of, like, stumble into Bowser's vision, thus kind of, like, forcing a battle to ensue, essentially. At which point Mario would probably jump in because he's impatient or whatever. If I had to guess, something to that effect. At some point, Sean would come back and do a thing. I don't know what he would do. Either way, the end result, they would have beat Bowser. Bowser would have used the Zatu for something. I don't recall if I had an explicit plan of, like, using the Zatu to, like, mind control someone. I don't feel like it. But maybe. Maybe that was a thing. Possibly. I don't know. Anyway, after all of that, let's talk about the entire point of going to the ruins of Alph in the first place, because that's all that this was building up to. Let me bring back everybody's favorite character that definitely got established. Definitely he got established. Do you remember this guy? Guy on the left. The Unknown. You know, you remember that guy? He was pretty cool. He got to be in one whole comic. Alright, so, upon getting to this chamber in the ruins of Alph, there would probably be like another door or something behind the whole, the series of statues. I had this all ready to go, and I don't know where it went anymore. And then, there we go. Okay. Yeah, like, this whole room here, the one on the right, essentially, like, this is what would have been where the battle took place, essentially. with Bowser, just this big old space. Because, you know, whatever. I guess there's a smaller version of it right there, but it's fine. But yeah, they would have been there. There'd be like a hidden chamber in the back or something that, for whatever reason, Mario and Luigi can access. In doing so, they would be confronted with this unknown, who introduces himself as Tanabe. If you know your Pokemon lore, there's a place called Tanabe Ruins, in the Sevi Islands, I believe. So, that's a thing that occurs. Yeah. He explains that, well, basically, this is the part where he would explain a lot of the lore that occurred, or at least some of it. I'm trying to remember exactly how I did, because there were like 2 ways I had planned to explain a lot of this. Point is, the one thing he does explain, is that the race of humans known as the Elf from way back when, in the ancient of times, they were very smart. They maybe had a little bit of that magic that, like, the mushroom people had or whatever. They decided that as the cataclysm was about to happen, that several of them would, like, basically transfer their consciousness to, like, the words they had placed on ancient ruins around the world or whatever. Over time, thus becoming the unknown, essentially. So, like, I don't know, there's some weird shenanigans there or whatever. Tanabe being the leader of the Elf, and yes, that means he's one of those 5 people I mentioned before. I already spoiled he was human, so, like, you know, that. I don't have a sprite for him, by the way. I feel like at some point I would have needed to give him a human sprite for things, but I don't have one, nor did I have a plan for that, so it's whatever. Point is, he makes a mention that over the eons, most of the Elf kind of just lost their mind. Like, it just degraded so much, and it's taken him a whole lot of willpower to keep his intact as long as it has. Because he has a greater purpose in the world to accomplish. It's around this point in his explanation that Ron, who I guess was just not in the room at the time, shows up. And is like, wow, an unknown! I'm gonna throw a Pokeball at it. Which, Tanabe kind of freaks the heck out. He's like, no, don't do that! The Pokeball connects, and boy howdy, does Ron catch an unknown with a very strange shape. So, that's a thing that happens. Seconds later, however, Ron starts hearing Tanabe's voice in his head, basically scolding him for doing that. Ron will freak out, of course, because, you know, that's a thing. Nobody else can hear him but Ron at this point, so, like, that's a thing that is happening. Tammy basically ends up explaining that, like, something about Pokeballs just kind of causes the mind deterioration to happen way quicker. I don't really have an explanation for this, but it's a thing, I guess. So he had to jump ship from his unknown body to somewhere else in a hurry. And Ron was just the lucky recipient, so this is a thing. So Ron has just an ancient spirit inside of him now. Don't worry about it. Gosh, I'm trying to remember how things progress, because, like, obviously they leave the ruins at this point. Let's see. Tanabe kind of gives them a basic outline of what they need to do. Effectively, he brings up, like, that Jewel of Harmony thing, kind of vaguely, probably, and is like, hey, so that got split into a bunch of pieces, and we need to get it back. And, like, soon? Probably? So, you know. And I think they actually find one in the Ruins of Elf, actually. There's probably like a piece of it in there. There were probably going to be 5 of these, for the record. I had to have some MacGuffins, apparently. That was very important to the plot of this game. Not a game, but this comic is very important. So, that. He basically says that there's another one. Gosh, where are they? I know I established where they are. Let's see. There's the one in the Ruins of Elf. The next one of interest, I recall, was going to be in... It's in Sinnoh, first of all. So they were gonna have to get on a boat. Remember when I said, like, last stream, something about a boat? And then they'd, like, have a detour to Cianwood City for a bit, funny shenanigans or whatever. This is why they need a boat, because they were gonna go to Sinnoh. That Ruins that Reggie Gigas is in, I can't remember its name. But they were gonna go there. Because that's where one of them is. Apparently. There's more to it than that, but I'll get to that in a bit. But that was their next destination, at least. One of them went missing, that I will also get to in a bit. Where's the 4th one? Because I know where the 5th one is, and I want to save that one for last for a specific reason. Where is the 4th one? Does the Magic Koopa guy have the 4th one? I actually don't remember. I feel like I had a plan for this, and I don't quite remember where these all are. Did I have that listed in this freaking Word document anywhere? Probably. I feel like I would have. No, that doesn't make sense. First of all, I have in here, it's called Snow Point Ruins, so, you know, or well, Snow Point Temple, maybe? I don't know, one of those. I don't know, I guess maybe the Magic Koopa guy has it, because I don't know where else it would be. Because I know a lot of these, like, several of them are just kind of in possession of people. Like, well, people have them, rather. Because the 5th one is actually held by Princess Peach right now. So, you know, that exists. Because, yeah, that would have been the transition to the Peach saga, actually. Because I would have done that on the side. Yeah, because they would be heading back to New Bark Town briefly to prepare for their boat journey or whatever. Probably, I'm going to say that, like, either Professor Elm or Egad calls them and tells them to come back first. Probably. Let's see. But I would have gone to the Peach thing. I mentioned before... I think I got this wrong. Slightly, actually. I think Peach wakes up in, like, a cell, and there's a Koopa that shows up, seeming to be the guard. I think that's a thing? I don't remember how I did this. There was something weird about Peach, but I wanted to, like, toy with the Who Kidnapped Peach a whole lot, which, again, I keep saying it. I wish I didn't spoil that Bowser didn't do it, because I wanted to toy with that so much. Because, boy howdy, I had many plans with that. Alright, so... Peach is hanging out in a cell. She hears that voice I mentioned. Said voice would actually kind of go into more detail on a lot of the lore that existed, essentially. This is where it would establish stuff like the meteor and the Dark Star and all that. This person would basically tell Peach that because she is the ancestor to one of the 5 leaders, that she is very important, and this is probably why she was kidnapped. So, you know. One thing in particular is that, despite the fact that the Dark Star is physically on planet Amanita, the Mario Bros. Planet, its dark energies still kind of exist on the Pokemon world. And if not dealt with, it will just kind of destroy the world eventually. And that's bad. Planet Mamma Mia. No. So in order to stop it, we gotta, like, basically reform this Jewel of Harmony or whatever. But there's a very specific way to do that, involving the 5 people. So yeah, we gotta have the ancestors. So Peach is important because she's gotta be present. I already mentioned, you know, Mew and Arceus are involved to some extent. Tanabe, I've already said, is one of the 5, so because he's with Ron, that's covered. The last one is actually this Magikoopa guy I keep talking about and never naming. I want to say I was going to name him Kaz at some point, so I guess I can go with that, probably. But he is the last of the 5. But wait, I hear you say, he's one of the villains. Oh no. But is he, though? I don't know. It's just one of those things. It's weird. Alright, let's see. Where was I going with this? I'm kind of just jumping around at this point, because I don't know what else needs to be explained when and where. It's complicated. Because that's the thing, I don't remember the exact order I was going to reveal a lot of these things at this point. Let's see. It would cut back to the main group, because Peach kind of just... The Peach segment is just kind of her getting introduced to this voice that wants to help her, and that's kind of it. They'd cut back to the group. They would probably go to the Pokemon Center and rest for the night. During this night, I'm going to assume some Team Rocket guys show up. I don't remember. Point is, they show up, and they want to cause trouble because they're like, oh, Mario and Luigi are here. We can get them now. Hooray! However, in the middle of the night, they're sneaking into the room, but for some reason, Ron is missing. They, like, steal some stuff, probably. I feel like they probably steal, like, the shard of the Harmony thing or whatever. Probably, because that's what they would be after. Right, Mr. Watch? Probably. As they try to leave, Ron is just kind of standing there and not having any of their sass. It's very clear that while Ron is talking, it's not Ron. It's actually Tanabe. The establishing thing here is that Tanabe actually can have control of Ron's body whenever he's not conscious. So, that's a thing. He beats up the Team Rocket guys. People wake up and figure out what's going on, essentially. So that's a thing that gets established here and now. I will say, there is going to still be a bit of discourse between Ron and Sean. Sean, I think, is probably just going to kind of put up with it because, like... I don't know, I feel like I was going to do something in the battle with Bowser where Ron would, like, do something significant to save the day, and then Sean's like, alright, I'm not convinced fully yet, but okay. You still owe me a coin. Stupid. I don't know, maybe the other characters would just be like, hey, chill. stupid. Alright. I don't know, I feel like it'd probably be Blake, because it's established that they're, like, previous friends or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, they head back to Newbark. There's this whole thing where I mentioned before Egad and Elm teaming up to create the Gad glove, which is just a glove version of the Pokebox, so I don't have to have this giant honking box everywhere. Everyone gets one, but they have to, like, I don't stay another night or something because it's not ready yet, because Egad has to, like, basically tell Elm how to make it, and he just does somehow. Don't ask me, I don't know. This is a thing, however. You may recall, I made mention that Blake was like, oh my gosh, they were all right. I can't possibly do it. No! This is the character development moment for Blake. Kinda, sorta. Blake does not want to go back to New Barktown. Like, he is vehemently against it, so he stays, like, away. This is the part where we would actually meet Blake's parents, probably, and immediately would ask, like, hey, have you seen Blake anywhere? And they would lie and be like, no. We'll keep a lookout, though, for you. It's fine. This would go into a flashback sequence of sorts, which would explain why he's blind in the first place. I don't remember if I have that listed in here anywhere. Basically, it was an accident. Like, he wasn't born blind, first of all. I think what happens is there is a guy who shows up and is causing trouble in town or whatever. I don't remember. He has, like, I don't know, some poison Pokemon. It uses acid, and it just somehow ends up in Blake's eyes. So, you know, that's a thing. It just kind of permanently blinds him. He's given Sam, and is basically outright told, hey, I'm sorry, but you can't be a Pokemon trainer if you can't see anything. And Blake's like, no! I'm gonna do this, whether you want me to or not. So he runs away from home. Like a year before Sean and Ron graduate or something. I don't know. I didn't really figure out the whole time frame. But his whole character arc is he just wants to prove it can be done, essentially. So, you know, that is a thing. But he doesn't want to go home because he hasn't proved anything yet in his mind, so, you know, can't go back until he's proven himself, essentially. I think that would be all that happens there. I think next would be they would get to Cherry Grove City again, because remember I established there's a dock there, and that's where they would board the boat. Hooray! Boarding the boat. Everybody's favorite. I was going to have a whole thing happen on the boat. Okay. Alright, so on the boat. I don't have anything listed, actually, so a lot of this is all just kind of off of memory. On the boat, they would get to said boat. Yes. There's a bunch of people on this boat of note. I want to say I was going to have Jasmine, the gym leader from, I've already forgotten what city that is. She would be there because something that would happen is, like, she'd be hosting battles to win gym badges on the boat or something, and I would have had somebody there to, like, win a badge, because they're still on their whole Shroom League thing. I figured I'd keep that going, at least for the moment. a lot of that probably would have been kind of thrown away eventually, as like the plot kind of shifts completely away from that. I have no idea how I would have done that, because it's kind of like I made it out to be this big thing. So, you know, I don't know. It's a thing. Point is that there would be a battle there that would happen. I want to say this might have been the point at which Sean has his battle with the Ninkata and it evolves. On this boat, maybe? It wouldn't be the same battle, it'd just be some other random trainer, possibly. I don't know, it could either be that or somewhere like on the way to Newbark or the to Cherry Grove, or like once they get out of the ruins. I don't remember. I feel like originally I had planned that to happen on the way to I can't remember the name of that gosh dang city where Jasmine's gym is. Because that's where the boat is in Gold and Silver. I feel like originally I was going to have them walk all the way there, but then I like established that there's just a boat dock at Cherry Grove, so I don't know why I wouldn't just go there. Olivine, thank you. It's like it's on the tip of my tongue, I just couldn't remember what it was. But I mean, obviously, there would not have been much happening on that long trek anyway. I would have just kind of almost montaged it, essentially, because like it's literally just walking there so the plot can happen when they get there. Because, you know, nothing important really happens on the way. But obviously they have a much shorter route to go on here, so, you know. Alright. Now that the fun stuff happens, I want to say some shady things are happening. So, there's a thing where there's the ship captain. There's gonna be like a cutaway to the ship captain or whatever, and he's gonna be acting real sneaky and nefarious. For some reason. While all of the people are like, yo, you got this boat thing under control? And he's like, yeah, I do. Or something like that, I don't know. Eventually, it would turn out that, like, Team Rocket has just kind of gotten control of the boat all of a sudden. Like, kind of completely out of nowhere. And, this is where we would introduce something cool. Actually, I don't know if Team Rocket would get the boat, because I think there'd be something else first, thinking about it. Okay, I remember. Alright. This wouldn't happen yet. I think something would happen where, like, some of the characters would be, like, they would find out that there has been, like, some character who is trying to take over the boat, and then they end up going to where they have, like, a brig or prison or whatever you want to call it, and, like, in there is what is described to them as Team Rocket admin Grandma. What? Why did that come out of my mouth? I can't talk today. This is the worst day for me to be doing this. Team Rocket admin Gamma is just kind of in their little prison or whatever for trying to, like, take over the boat. And then, like, Gamma talks to them like, hey, yeah, so I'm being framed. Like, I'm the captain. That captain's not real. You should let me out. Sorry. Series of events happens, and they do actually let them out. It turns out, however, the joke is, that is just Team Rocket admin Gamma, and, like, the captain is just acting weird and nefarious because that's just how he is. And it's supposed to be funny. But, you know, whatever. Anyway, yes, then Team Rocket takes over the boat. This is where we would do battle with Gamma. I don't remember if Gamma had anything going on as far as, like, what they do. Essentially? Don't remember. Either way, point is, they beat him up. The result of all of this, though, is that the boat needs to dock at Cianwood City for a day to, like, repair or whatever. So, you know, that whole thing I mentioned before happens at this point. I wanted to point out, actually, because I just looked at my notes again. There is a bit I forgot about. It's the SS Tidal, by the way, is the boat that's in Olivine City normally. I have it listed here that it's not actually running. It's instead the SS Anne. It's very high class. And everybody's like, oh man, we need to buy tickets, but we don't got any money. Taz uses her powers as being rich, I guess, to secretly buy tickets and claims to have won them from a contest or something. So, that's a minor little thing I have written here that I thought was funny or whatever. Anyway, speaking of Taz, yeah, there's this whole thing in Cianwood City where, like, she had earlier said that that's where she's from as a means to dodge actually saying where she was from. And everybody's like, hey, wow, we can meet your family while we're here. That's convenient. And Taz is like, ah! So she's like, hey, Brent, pretend to be my father for a bit. So that whole thing happens. I don't know any specifics about that encounter, but it was a funny idea I had. So, you know. Let's see. Some other thing I wanted to establish, actually, because I kind of teased this a long time ago. Delta. I mentioned he's going to be a reoccurring villain of sorts. After the whole Ruins of Alph thing, so probably at some point between the Ruins and, like, getting to Newbark or whatever, I would have had a comic where, like, Delta has found out that he was fired or whatever, and he's, like, being all grumpy, grumbly, and mad, and, like, man, I'm gonna get revenge on those kids or something. Especially that Blake kid, because I don't know why he would get revenge on the kids. He never met the rest of them. It's just Blake. Okay, so he just wants revenge on Blake and the Mario Bros, I guess. I don't know. It's at this point, he bumps into a also defeated and grumbly Bowser. I have explained nothing at this point, but you can probably guess what's happening here. So, anyway, I want to point this out now because there's probably going to be a bit of, like, comic showing that they managed to, like, stow away on the boat. Somehow. I don't know. I want to say, I don't think this is a plan I was dead set on, actually, but as far as Bowser goes, I had a plan at one point where I was gonna maybe have Kamek transform into, like, some random Pokemon trainer to infiltrate the group. And, like, just kind of keep an eye on them so that Bowser would know where they are at all times. I don't think I ever actually wanted to do that, because it complicates things. Because, I mean, if he just becomes friends with them, it would be pretty easy for him to, like, attack them in their sleep or whatever. So, like, I don't know, I didn't want to do that, I guess. It's a thing. Let's see. They get back on the boat and they head off to Sinnoh. I don't think anything really happens on the boat ride there. I might have had something happen. We're kind of reaching the part where I didn't really have much in the way of plans, other than, like, big story beats or whatever. They get to Snow Point. I wanted to specifically go to Snow Point Temple, actually. Or, like, Snow Point City in general, because, like, Gen 4 did not come out that long ago by this point, and any single comic out there that was based on Gen 4 never got to Snow Point, I'm pretty sure, because they were always following the plot from the beginning, so, like, it would take them a long time to get to, what is that, like, Gym 7? Like, so, you know. So I thought it'd be neat to, like, jump ahead, because I don't have a basic Pokemon plot, so I can do what I want. Anyway, while they're there, some fun stuff happens. Remember Mark? It's time for Mark to come back. Mark was gonna show up. He was gonna do a thing. I don't remember what he was going to do specifically. Mark was the red-headed guy from ages ago who they, like, saved them from going to space, and then they tricked him into going to prison, and then he escaped. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna get those kids. This is the time where he shows up. He would be very mad at Ron specifically, because I hinted at this before, but turns out that the Ghastly that Ron has actually belonged to Mark. When he went in to steal something from Elm's lab, he accidentally left his Ghastly's Pokeball behind. Hence, why Ron got a Ghastly instead of a Totodile at the start of the comic. In case you were wondering, I did come up with an explanation for that. He wouldn't reveal this right away, but he would have been really fixated on Ron, to the point where I think he would probably challenge Ron specifically to a battle at some point. I have in my notes, I guess he would have tried to use, like, a snag ball. Because, you know, I gotta bring in that piece of lore, I guess. To try and take the Ghastly back. It doesn't work, for the record. I don't know how that battle goes. Ron probably wins. That's all I know. I'm not gonna lie, after this, I don't really have much of a plan for Mark. I feel like he might have stuck around for some other stuff, but he was kind of just like a side villain for the most part. So, I don't know. But he would have been there to block the way a little bit. Of note, they were gonna go to Snow Point Temple, in which they would find... Is it Cresselia? I don't remember. Point is, they'd find that because the reason they are going there, as Tanabe would eventually explain, is that one of the pieces is not, like, actually in the temple, but rather in a place known as Subcon. So, they have to go to sleep. So I was gonna have a Subcon arc, apparently. That was gonna be a thing that happened. Trying to remember, because I was gonna play with the whole Tanabe takes over Ron's body when he's unconscious thing here. Maybe? I don't remember, because I feel like someone would have, like, maybe tried to get in while they were all asleep or something. I didn't have a lot of plans beyond the idea of them going to Subcon, frankly. But, you know, that's a thing. They would have gotten the thing, and then they would have left, and that would have been it. Yeah. I have no idea where they'd go from there. Because I know where the plot would eventually head, but I don't know how they'd get there. I don't know. Point is, at some point, they would find out that because they need the 5 people together, because it turns out they need all 5 of these, like, important people together to, like, reform the thing in the first place. So, I mean, how the heck are they gonna find Arceus? There's gotta be a way, right? Well, Turns out Silphco, of all places, happens to have a bunch of random artifacts, including, but not limited to, one of the shards they're looking for, but also the Azure Flute. So they gotta go to Silphco. Taz is no doubt thrilled. This would obviously be where that whole side plot comes to a head. I don't remember specifically what I had going on there. I know both admins Beta and Alpha would show up here. Because it turns out that they've kind of had complete control over Silphco this whole time. And, by the way, the reason that Team Rocket knows where the Mario Bros and such are at all times is because they have control of Silphco. Because if you remember, Brent is reporting in to them constantly about Taz's whereabouts. Not realizing that he's just feeding them all the information they need to know. So, that's a thing. Brent will, of course, figure this out and get mad. I feel like at this point, Brent would probably, like, reveal himself to the rest of the group as, like, someone who is there. Because it kind of just doesn't matter anymore at that point. Taz would eventually, you know, reveal who she is as a result. I don't know. There'd be some stuff that would happen here. They'd beat up the admins. I will say I have one particular note here. I don't remember what Beta does, but one thing in particular with Admin Alpha. It turns out Admin Alpha is actually just straight up Giovanni himself. For reasons I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Can I find that? I saw a line of text I had in here before. Yeah, okay. So, here's the thing. He knew about the Jewel of Harmony, I guess. Somehow. And he knew that Mew was one of the characters he needed to have. He had one of the pieces, apparently. But he was trying to catch Mew. So he did the whole thing in Red and Blue where he's, like, trying to get the Master Ball or whatever, I guess. I don't know. He tried to do the next best thing by creating Mewtwo in secret in a lab or whatever, under Pokemon Mansion, Sinbar Island, you know, whatever. Mewtwo gets away. It's fine. It says here apparently he wasn't able to keep the jewel. Like, I guess he lost it here. I don't know what that's about. I don't know how that works. Point is, he made Mewtwo, yada yada yada. You probably know the story. I don't know if that's actually, like, fully established in canon or not. I feel like that might just be, like, an anime thing. Is it ever stated who makes Mewtwo, like, specifically? I don't think it is. Point is, in the comic, that's what happens, I guess. But, you know. Either way, they beat him up. He was, like, there, I guess, and then they saved the day. Meanwhile, I bring this up now. Peach has been still having adventures on the side every so often, probably doing some stuff with the help of magical voice in the background or whatever. Peach is given an opportunity to escape the place that she is in, and, before she can go, the voice is like, hey, so before you go, on the table over there or whatever, there's like this Master Ball just sitting there. You should probably take that with you. So she does, and she manages to escape. Turns out, where she escapes from is like the basement of Silphco. So, you know, since everybody's there already, they just kind of bump into each other. Mario would probably be skeptical at first, thinking it's Kamek again, but, you know, that wouldn't happen. Anyway, Peach explains what she knows, everybody exchanges information, you know, I think by this point, they've got, like, most of the shards that they need. It is said at some point, by the way, that due to all the dark magic or whatever that's, like, still existing on the planet, there's been, like, a bunch of earthquakes that have been happening lately that have been becoming more and more intense as time goes on. It's kind of a bad deal, honestly. And it is surmised that there's probably maybe only, like, a few days left before the planet becomes, like, unsalvageable or something. It's a pretty bad scene or whatever. So they have to work as fast as they can to go and do a thing. Turns out, actually, they have to go to a specific place. Known as the top of Mount Silver, actually. So they're gonna have to go there in order to fix everything. Except, just then, like clockwork, here comes Bowser swooping in to kidnap the princess at the 11th hour. So, it seemed like the thing to do. Bowser taunts everybody and is like, hey, y'all should come to my castle. I made a castle now, by the way. Don't worry about it. I got magic. It's fine. Turns out this castle, I never really completely established where it is. I want to say it was, like, built on top of where Cerulean Cave is or something. I don't remember, because it's not very far away. But, he made a castle in a very short amount of time through the use of magic or whatever. So yeah, they have to go to the castle and they gotta save Peach because they're kind of on a time limit now. Isn't that great? So this is my excuse to have a Bowser's Castle segment in the comic, obviously. They get there. Mario and Luigi decide to split off from the group because they're gonna look for Bowser specifically while the rest of the trainers, like, do something. I don't remember what I planned for them to do. I don't know. They'll be fine. It's whatever. At this point, I don't know if Brent is still with them or not. I feel like Brent probably would stay at Silphco at this point, because he kind of doesn't have any more relevance at this point, unfortunately. Maybe he'd go with them? I don't know. I feel at minimum he probably would have, like, given, like, the Bronzong to Taz or something. I don't know. Something to that effect. Some piece of him to still be around. Alright, so what would generally happen is the Pokemon trainers would run into, like, just Kamek and a whole infantry of dudes, and they'd have a fight or whatever. There's a part of me that also realizes I kind of missed something earlier and I probably should have brought up, but I guess I'll get to that in a bit. Alright, Mario and Luigi, of course, find Bowser. Bowser, who has, by the way, teamed up with Delta, who is still around, and they have a big old fight. By the way, said fight culminates in that moment from earlier I was talking about where Mario is in danger and can only be saved by Luigi's Flaffy. So, you know, I vaguely mentioned that at some point, and that's where this would happen, so... You know, because I feel like at some point in the fight, like, Luigi would send out Flaffy, and Mario would get kind of freaked out or whatever, and Bowser would pick up on this and abuse the heck out of it. Let's be honest here. So, you know, Mario gets over it, they eventually win. They get the princess, and it's all good. I will say, I did forget something. There is something way earlier about a prophecy, actually. Some prophecy about Brothers of Red and Green bringing about the apocalypse or whatever. So, you know, watch out for that. I bring it up now even though I should have earlier, but whatever. Point is, I bring it up now because Kamek is just absolutely convinced of this, and is like, because Kamek knows about what's going on here, for the record. So, you know. Kamek knows about all the lore, because he's old or whatever. I don't know. He's like, hey, so you know the Koopa Clan? Sorry. I've been talking too much. Throat is having a bad day. So the Koopa Clan was basically run by the Magikoopas originally, but then they realized, you know, we gotta keep a lot of this under wraps, and I feel like the best way to do that is to, I don't know, introduce a different leader so that we can just kind of keep doing the actual stuff in the background while that guy just, you know, takes all the focus off of us. So, you know, he kind of put Bowser in charge there. I think that's a fair assessment to me. So, you know, whatever. But he knows all about everything, and he wants to keep everything under wraps, and he's like, oh no! A red and green brother duo have been born. I should probably go steal those babies and get rid of them or whatever. Oops, that didn't work. Dang dinosaur stopped me from doing it. What if I try it again? Darn it didn't work again. Curses. Guess I'll give up for several years. But yeah, this is why Kamek does not like Mario and Luigi specifically, I guess. I don't know. So something about the battle between the Pokemon trainers and Kamek yields a result of sorts where they're like, hey, Mario and Luigi are trying to stop a thing. Why would they be the cause of the apocalypse? It doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to remember how things play out exactly, but I feel like Bowser would have like some, like Bowser or Delta, probably Delta, honestly. Delta would have like some last ditch thing after being defeated that seems like it would like actually do a bad to the Mario Bros, but then Kamek would swoop in and just kind of stop him from doing it. One big character moment for Kamek is basically the idea of like, listen, I hate you two. I fully believe in this prophecy. However, you guys have saved the world a bunch. I'm not stupid. I'm gonna let you guys go. Don't let me down, you know? That kind of thing. So, they get away. They got Peach. Everything's good. They gotta book it to Mount Silver or whatever. Alright. Mount Silver is actually kind of the finale I had planned of sorts. So, you know, that sort of thing. Who's ready for a new character at the 11th hour? Alright, they get to Mount Silver and they get to like the checkpoint that would lead to Mount Silver, and the guard there is like, hey, listen, everything is like falling apart and dangerous on Mount Silver. We can't let you go there. And then they're like, but we have to. We gotta save the world or whatever. And then the guard just doesn't want them doing it. And then this just random dude shows up. He's like, hey, you guys want to go there? That's cool. Hey, by the way, I'm the league champion right now. I want to say I named him Greg. I don't remember. But point is, he shows up. He probably would have had various appearances throughout the comic as just kind of like some nondescript dude that just kind of keeps reappearing. You know, like most of the champions do. Except I'd probably be way more subtle about it than a lot of the games do, because the games really are not very good at being subtle about that, but you know. He'd say that he's the champion. He's like, well, listen, if you want to go through there, all you gotta do is go through the Elite Four and beat me. It's easy. However, he realizes there's a time limit, so he's like, alright, listen, I'll make you a deal. Alright? I know you guys have lower level Pokemon or whatever, because, I mean, this adventure has been sort of short by Pokemon standards or whatever, so I have to realize that much. I'm gonna use a team of weaker Pokemon. I want y'all to use one Pokemon each, but I also want to use the Pokebox thing you got there. So we're gonna have one more battle that occurs here at the end with everybody involved. I don't know who would choose who as far as what Pokemon would be used, what items would be used, or what have you. The one thing I do recall is Ron is gonna do his special move of do a thing that has an impact but lose immediately, and then said impact is gonna be what actually causes the fight to be won eventually anyway. So, you know, that would have been a thing that happened. So yeah, upon winning, Greg is just like, alright, we can go. It's fine. So he goes with them. They're gonna help out. Yeah, Ron's suicide leads Stealth Rocks or something. I don't know. Something to that effect. Point is, they'd go up there. Everything's falling apart. It's a bad scene. It's a bad scene. So, another reoccurring character I haven't talked about in a while. He probably would have shown up a few more times. Y'all remember Cobalt, right? He'd probably show up again. Cobalt actually would know what's going on. Ultimately, he'd be helping them along the way to get to this point, essentially. I want to say maybe he was going to show up at the Snow Point Ruins thing. I had something planned there. I don't remember anything else. But anyway, he shows up. He's going to help out, too. Everybody's together. I keep mentioning this other Magikoopa. Sorry. He probably would have been at Silphco and probably just, you know... Because his ultimate goal was basically to get all of these pieces together and stop the Mario Bros. Or whatever, because he still believes in this prophecy or what have you. But he ultimately agrees to, like, alright, whatever. Because he's the 5th guy, by the way. I don't remember if I said as much, but, like, they need all 5 dudes. They'd get to the top. Some stuff would happen, probably. I don't know. They have all the pieces they need to, like, fix everything up, so they do it. Because, you know, everybody's got a thing. You know, Ron's got Tanabe within him or whatever. Taz got the Azure Flute and everything, so they play that. Arceus shows up for, like, the first time in the comic to do, like, one thing. It's great. And then they reform the Jewel of Harmony, and everything is great. They can use it to save the world. And then Cobalt grabs it and becomes the final boss, because, by the way, did you know that he was the villain the whole time? Probably. I don't know. Why not? Turns out, one thing I did have in particular for Cobalt, you might have noticed he's blue. He actually is wearing that cape for a very specific reason, because he's like, he's a race of Koopa that is like the blue spiny shell thing. Yeah, he's very powerful or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. Also, coincidentally, it turns out, he is an older Junior Troopa, by the way. So, that was definitely gonna be a thing. He's gonna be like, man, Mario, you beat me up so bad, I'm gonna beat you up with all of this power that I have now, or whatever. So they fight, or whatever, I don't know, and it's just a final boss, or whatever. And then they get rid of him, and they save the day. It's great. I was probably gonna have some nonsense, actually, where because Cobalt did that, they couldn't actually save the world. Yeah, listen, it's one of those things. I never said it was a good plot. I never said it was a good plot, but it's fine. Point is, during this confrontation, the whole process of fixing up the world wasn't finished. And for reasons I don't remember specifically, everybody's favorite characters, Lario and Luigi, show up, do a thing, and accidentally knock out Mew. And everyone be like, oh no! Because of this, the apocalypse will occur. Did you know Lario and Luigi are brothers in red and green? Just putting it out there. So, you know. one final little punchline there. That I made them have a purpose in the end. What do you mean repeat that? What do you mean lost that? Anyway, it's fine. Because, turns out Peach still has that Master Ball, who conveniently was also producing the voice she was listening to. Master Ball pops open, and it turns out it was Mewtwo the whole time, by the way. Because Mewtwo is a clone of Mew, it just works. So, hooray! I'm not sure what you're not understanding exactly compared to everyone else getting it, seemingly. Alright, let me go back, I guess. There was a prophecy, alright? Red and green brothers are gonna bring the apocalypse, and Kamek is all like, hey, you know, it must be the Mario Bros. They're bad. I'm gonna kill them. No, at the very end, it turns out Lario and Luigi, almost bring about the apocalypse. You know, they being brothers, red and green. So it wasn't about the Mario Bros at all. That's the joke. Alright. We got the same page. Alright, good. Alright. I don't know how a lot of this fits in, but there was also some other thing I was thinking involving Sean's coin. Yeah, it's kind of a plot twist / punchline thing. There's a thing involving Sean's coin, I was thinking, where effectively they'd fail to save the world, and then Sean would be like, man, I wish we had another chance or something, and then like an actual Jirachi would show up and be like, wow, that was cool, hey, what if you did that? And then like time reverses or whatever, and then they punch Cobalt in the face before he can do anything. I don't know. The whole ending is kind of confusing, because I wasn't entirely sure how it was going to play out. Let's see. Did I miss anything? There's probably going to be some throwaway line about how Red from, you know, the Pokemon games probably knew what was happening but didn't know how to do it. Like, he was on Mount Silver to investigate a thing, but, like, I don't know, I wasn't ever going to delve into that too much. Trying to think if there's anything else. I don't know. I didn't really have a plan for how Mario and Luigi get back home or anything, let alone Bowser and all of his troops, but, you know. To be fair, I came up with that plan before they reintroduced Red into the Pokemon games as just a dude that kind of shows up sometimes. Let's see. But yeah, I didn't have a plan for them to leave. They probably figured that out somehow. I don't know. But, eventually they go back home, everything is fine. And then Bowser's inside story eventually happens, and the Dark Star is removed from their planet too, so it's fine. So I'm assuming this happens before that, I guess. I don't know. It's vague. Maybe it already happened. I don't know. It's fine. I will say, however, that if I did in fact manage to get to the end of this comic, I actually had a dumb sequel plan in case that ever got to that. I don't know why I came up with this, but why not? So I had this idea of bringing back the Shrooms, of all things. The Shrooms would be like, man, those Mario Bros were mean to us. We should get our revenge or whatever. So they're like searching the universe for like planetary signatures to find one that looks like the Mario Bros. And accidentally stumble upon the Pokemon world instead. Because they're the same planet technically. Do you get it? Do you get it? Okay, cool. Anyway, that would have basically been the premise. I don't know what I would have done with that, but it was something, I guess. Alright. Did I have anything else I wanted to talk about? I guess, does anybody have questions? Because, I mean, I kind of jumped around a lot, to be fair. One thing I did actually, I didn't mention this yet. There was a little bit of a premise I wanted to go into of, you know how, like, in the Pokemon games, the revive items, they look strangely like star pieces from Paper Mario. I really wanted to go into that as a minor plot point. Some kind of like, huh, what's that about? I mean, I feel like it would have made more sense if I had actually continued and, like, everything was introduced gradually instead of, like, all at once as I'm doing here. I'm understanding that that's kind of a lot, you know? Because I would have kind of spaced it out a whole lot more, is the thing. But yeah. See, that's the thing with the gym leaders and whatnot. That's just kind of a holdover from the whole Shroom League thing. I feel like at some point I would have, like, just had the characters be like, man, Shroom League's stupid. We gotta save the world. Like, I don't know. This comic was kind of cursed with two separate plot lines that I was originally going with that just I did not like anymore, and I was trying to throw away despite setting up for them beforehand. So, you know. I think maybe it's too much plot. I don't know. But whatever, I guess. Yeah, because like I mentioned in a previous time frame, the original plot was literally just the Mario Bros. And the Pokemon trainers trade places. Like, the trainers just go to the Pokemon world and they do shenanigans there. Well, you know, the Mario Bros. Do shenanigans back on the Pokemon world. That would have been the whole plot, effectively. But, you know. I think the too many characters thing is also another fault of, like, I'm just excited to, like, get to certain things, and, like, a lot of these characters maybe should have been introduced later or something. And, like, to be fair, I introduced new characters a lot, but several of them didn't really stick around for very long, I guess. Except for, like, the main 6, effectively. And, I mean, I agree. I do think 6 is entirely too many. I probably should not have had all 6 of them. Like, I should not have brought in Blake. Arguably, I probably shouldn't have brought in Taz. Because, like, I literally added her because she is girl. That's it. That's the only reason she existed originally. Yeah, I did stuff with these characters eventually. It's just, initially, they served effectively no purpose. I mean, Blake had more of a purpose because he was more or less going to be, like, the mentor character for the Mario Bros, but, like, it's kind of it. Like, Ron and Sean were pretty much, like, the quote-unquote main characters next to Mario and Luigi. I don't know. It's a thing. That's kind of why, like, you know, at least in the ruins, I split them up a bit. And honestly, I probably would have split them up later in other times, too. Just different formations, for instance. I don't know, because, like, having them all on screen at once was always kind of a problem, because you only have so much space in a panel, you know? It's a thing. Yeah, no, the Mario and Luigi in the Pokemon world thing was cool. That was kind of the whole point of this comic, is I wanted to, like, do that, effectively. It's just, eventually I realized, like, I had no ideas for what the Pokemon trainers would do in the Mario world, which is why I really wanted to, like, move away from that. Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna do a romance plot at all, I guarantee you that. Those can get messy, because I doubt I could do it right, effectively. Let's see. What was I saying? Yeah, the trainers in the Mario world, I don't think there was really much that was gonna go on there. They just kind of would meet, like, various Mario characters along the way, and they would just, I don't know, they'd get into encounters and fight them or whatever. Half the problem, too, is also, you gotta remember, I was gonna send them to the Pokemon world at the beginning when they were on that spaceship and everything. All 3 of them only had 1 Pokemon. They weren't gonna get any more. Like, I don't know what I was gonna do there. It was kind of a mess of sorts. Especially considering, you know, Sean having a Cyndaquil, Taz having a Growlithe, like, that's it, you know? It's 2 fire types and a ghost. Like, there's not even much variety, all things considered. I mean, fire probably would be good on Mario enemies, because that's just canon, I guess. But, you know, that's just it. I backed away from that plot real hard, because I was dead set on doing that up until, like, very shortly after I got them on the spaceship, which is why I had to backpedal so hard. I want to say maybe, because I did probably plan for Redhead Guy to be there. He might have, like, actually just joined them as, like, a main cast character or something. Reluctantly, maybe. I don't know. But I didn't really go with that because I didn't want to. It sounded like a bad idea once I kind of started thinking about it logistically. Plus, I mean, all things considered, it's called Pokemon Shroom version. That kind of implies that Pokemon is more or less the main focus to me, because, you know, it's the first name, and then, like, Shroom is just in the subtitle, and that's it. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I missed, because there is a little more I want to talk about before I end this, actually, but, like, I wanted to get most of this out there. Gosh. I mean, Ron's mother is just a funny gag. Unless you meant Sean's mother, which you probably did. Sean's mother, yeah. I don't know, frankly. I want to say I was gonna have, like, because I mentioned before she wasn't dead. I wanted to have her maybe be, like, the leader of this organization. Kind of like the anti-Team Rocket, essentially. Where she would, like, they knew about this whole, like, Jewel of Harmony business, essentially, and they were trying to, like, fix everything without the public freaking the heck out. or something. I don't know. I didn't really quite get to thinking too much about it. It's one of those, like, little plot threads I kind of put in there as a means to, like, have something to work with later, potentially. I just never really figured out what I was doing with it. Because I feel like she would have met up with them at some point, and, like, you know, Sean would have, like, this emotional reunion or whatever. And, like, because I mentioned they move a lot, so, like, it's something along the lines of, like, they have to keep moving because she keeps going on missions to various places, but, like, is very rarely at home in the first place. So, I don't know. It's a weird thing that I just never really got a chance to establish. I will say, the whole thing with Sean becoming friends with Ron in the first place, I did want to establish at some point that it was Sean's mother's idea to, like, hey, you know, you should go make friends with that purple kid or something. And then, like, Sean just kind of does it semi-reluctantly, I guess. Which is why, like, later on when he gets mad, he's like, I should have never become friends with you, because, you know, he didn't want to in the first place, I guess. But, like, I don't know. A lot of this is stuff that never really got a chance to, like, come to light or anything, but also doesn't really matter too much. That's the thing. You know, I set up this whole argument that they were having. I don't know how it would have concluded. I never really got that far. So, it's just kind of a thing that exists. I will say, I did have a plan at one point to, like, maybe... I know I said I didn't want to restart the comic, but I did kind of plan for a little bit as if I would. Obviously, biggest thing is that Bowser just, you know, he doesn't outright say that he kidnapped Peach, first of all, because that's stupid. You want to know who kidnapped Peach? Because I haven't talked about this yet, actually. Because, a plot point that would have happened later is Egad gets, like, some camera footage from Toadsworth or something of what actually happened the night that Peach was kidnapped. He would describe it as the camera picks up what looks like Bowser in the room with the princess, grabbing the princess and running out. All without ever facing the camera, first of all. So, that's confusing, especially considering I flat out said that Bowser didn't do it, so, you know, let's just go with that, I guess. But I still wanted to do it anyway, because I figured it would cause some confusion. Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Alright. But here's what really happened. So, remember Cobalt? He kind of orchestrated a lot of this, actually. Cobalt goes up to real Bowser and is like, hey, buddy, did you know Pokemon exist? You should probably go get those. Anyway, bye. So, he gets the idea in Bowser's head. So Bowser leaves on his spaceship or whatever. Mario Bros. Follow him, etc. In the meantime, Mr. Watch is here to interrupt me again. In the meantime, he has a Ditto with him. Alright? He's already been to the Pokemon world somehow. I don't remember how. I don't think I ever established it off the top of my head, but he's already been there. He had to come back because he needed to get, Mario and Luigi to their planet, so he orchestrated a plan where they would, you know, chase Bowser, who's going there. You know, that way Bowser could be a scapegoat. In order to keep him as a scapegoat, he has Ditto transform into Bowser, go in and kidnap the princess. At some point real late in the comic, I think Egad would, like, enhance the footage and see, like, 1 or 2 frames of, like, Bowser's face. or something to that effect. And it just has a Ditto face. And, like, he's like, that's weird. I've never seen that before. And, like, somehow this would get transferred to the trainers and they'd be like, yo, is that a Ditto? The heck? So, you know, that's how that would be figured out, I guess. So that's that explained away, in case people were wondering. Yeah, like, a lot of the plot in this is just kind of a mess, because I gotta be honest, there's stuff with, like, the other Magikoopa guy that I just... Honestly, it would have been easier if it was just Kamek, you know? I don't know why I established that it was a different dude. But, I mean, that's also a remnant of plot number 1, because he was just gonna be the main villain for that. I don't even know what he was gonna do, frankly. Especially since he's on the Pokemon world, what threat does he serve to the trainers on the Mario world? I don't even know. And I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know. That's kind of all I got, I think. Unless anybody else has anything else they wanna bring up. Trying to think if there's anything else worth looking at. It was a trip. I do, however, real quick want to look at some supplementary material that existed. Because I had a few things also that existed around. Can I find them? Probably. Let's see. Let me go ahead and just remove this real quick. Alright. Alright, so let's see. I had some special comics that existed occasionally. First of all, I'm only going to show the stuff that's like tangentially related to Shroom version, because there's a lot, but I don't need to show all of it. Here's a very, very, very early Halloween comic, by the way. It's great. That's a costume. Sorry, I'm late, guys. Oh no, it's a real skeleton. Luigi's wearing that costume I don't like again. I hate him. Why would he do that? It's terrible. So that was back during the original 15, I'm pretty sure. This was later. Oh my gosh. There haven't been any new comics lately. There's a good reason for this. Things have been real hectic. You know, I'm Game Guy and I approve this massage. Yes. I like how you can definitely tell what game I'm playing right there. It's fine. You guys remember Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal and how it had the multiplayer and I was like real into that for a while? Anyway, that's all that is, I guess. That's just me explaining I don't have any comics. None. Oh my gosh, what's all this about? Oh my gosh, PA has been around for 2 years now. Nobody knows what that is. I had a forum before GGC. Did you guys know that? It's called Pokemon Adventures. That's where this comic was hosted, by the way. The whole, well, not the whole thing. I stopped hosting it there after a while because the forum kind of died, but, you know. It's a thing. Somebody spiked the punch, by the way. It's a very dumb joke. Very dumb joke. I love very dumb joke. These comics are only relevant because Ron and Sean are in them. That's it. Let's all go to the moon. It's the day of randomness. Oh yeah, we can't breath. By the way. I don't know who that guy is in the bottom. No one knows. It doesn't matter. I don't remember what this is. Here's a Christmas special. Oh my gosh. I'm putting lights on a house. Uh-oh, that's bad. I shouldn't do that. I always overdo it. Oh no! There's a part 2 to this comic. Here we go! Unfathomable amounts of light not shown. Anyway, everybody's blind now, I guess. That's the joke. The end. Alright, who's ready for an April Fool's comic? Oh man, I'm gonna have to explain this, huh? Okay. I had a series of comics called Ask Game Guy, where I had people ask me questions and my self-insert character would make comics about them. It was dumb. But anyway, that's what this is based on. More original stuff. Alright, cool. Well, Elm's lab was hit by a food co truck, I guess. Kirby stole their Super Mario Bros. 3 anchor, and oh no, some strange tree creatures and forced to dance. Unfortunate. Anyway. This comic. Oh my gosh, whoa. Oh no, I got Photoshop! Watch out! I can't even read the blue text. It's very small and blue on black. Okay, it's supervisors of acceptable Photoshop safety. Alright, good. I should have worn a seatbelt. That's the joke here. Alright, cool. Well, let's see. What version of Photoshop? I don't know. You know what? Let's take a quick peek, since I already brought it up, at Ask Game Guy. Oh my gosh, the comic finally started. I can check my private messages. Whoa! That's a thing. That's a question that was asked by an actual internet user. That's a brown hair colored guy, and he's sitting on some wet paint. Why did I keep thinking it was his hair? By the way, I feel like I made a reference to this in that one comic where I updated all the sprites and everyone's asking Sean why he looks like Brendan or whatever, and he's like, well, they kept the paint away from me. So I think that was meant to be a reference. Probably. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Alright, why can't you use a bike indoors? Pokedex keeps track of movements, but... uh-oh, the item will self-destruct in... Yeah, well, you know what? Red's dead. It's fine. Who cares? Alright, let's see. Maybe I should answer a bunch of questions all at once. You can't fit in the door, random glue accident, everyone gets brainwashed, and yeah, you know, just ask a question. Everybody asks a question. Look at all these questions! Oh my gosh! Oh, here comes a running gag. And there's this guy named Nick. He told me there's something about PA. I asked him, and he never told me what PA is. So I asked you, do you know who this PA person is? This is a running joke between me and this guy, I guess, and I will not explain it. But I Magikarp slapped him nonetheless. Nonetheless. Alright, good. Now that we've established this... Alright, why on earth are all these professors named after trees? Well, you know, see, when trees were first discovered... Listen, it's fine. I just made up a bunch of professors. You can tell, like, you can tell which game was most recent. First of all, I had the old Elm sprite that I hate, so, you know, who cares? And nothing beats when Professors Jade Sepia, Periwinkle, and Hot Pink named the obscure colors. Yeah. I'm answering Pokemon lore! Definitely! Who's ready for a multi-part saga in my dumb answering questions comic? Oh no! That's so much math! My computer exploded and there's a cow noise, apparently. I don't know what happened there. Remember how I said my assistant character wasn't gonna show up again? I guess he's showing. Oh my gosh, it's Ron's mom again! How are you gonna take care of PA now? Go to someone else's house. Obviously. Question answered. Problem solved. Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh, I got some mail. Whoa! Somehow I got a mail from a user on a forum. I don't know how that happened. How'd they find this address? I don't know. Maybe I got doxxed. You don't know. It's fine. Anyway, let's see. There's no sea incense. I'll start when the cheese invaded southern Kanto. Obviously. Computer's back. Well, you know, don't worry about it. It's not important. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, do I like games? I might like games. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. I was so busy not making comics, I forgot to replace the GameCube. I got a Wii! I did it! I wanted an excuse to use Photoshop, obviously. By the way, I updated my house area at this point, for what it's worth. You've actually seen it on this thing a few times, I'm sure. If I could ever unlock this stupid thing. OBS, help me out here. Yeah, so I made this new area. I got rid of the stupid battlefield that's just in the middle of the room for no reason. I still don't have the old version of the house. I kind of wish I did, but it's fine. I made use of this a little bit, but not much. It's mostly used it for the filler stuff and these sorts of things. That was actually the last one of the Ask Game Guy series of comic. It's fine, but let's establish some lore. I had another comic, actually, around the time that Ask Game Guy was done. I called it Game Over, I think. Basically, it was just the ongoing shenanigans of my author character whenever I felt like making a dumb comic that had nothing to do with the Shroom version stuff. So that would result in... Whoa, that's not what I want. OBS, stop being mean to me. That would result in this. My Wii has a new message. You can't tell because my gosh dang text bubble line is going over it. What happened to your old house? Oh, do you smell something? Oh no, it's a fire! It's everywhere! Who was the guy in the flashback? Look, we never explain the red guy, alright? We never explain him. No explanation given. Alright, you want to see a relic of the past? Alright, here we go. I got Brawl! Oh my gosh, I got Brawl from the totally not Lily Cove department store, game store. Thank goodness. It had many delays. I haven't wanted to play a game this badly in a while. So why aren't you playing it then? Good question. Alright. Let's move on. Alright. You guys want me to make a comic, alright? Here it is. These are very good comics. Very good comics. Oh my gosh. Whoa. I got a question from someone on Drunk Duck. It's a website. Every single. There's only one Master Ball in the world. I got a weekly shipment of 100 Master Balls from Cinnabar Island. And also the rare candies. You know, I ordered them from the Invisible PC, obviously. You guys know about the Invisible PC, right? It's great. It's the best PC in the world. Oh my gosh, who wants a cameo from a different character entirely? Whoa. Whoa, it's Micah! A guy who hasn't been established to exist before. Don't worry about it, it's fine. You know, I should probably change my appearance too. Hooray! Finally! I don't look like a youngster anymore. Great! I did it! I even gave myself a trainer spray. Wow. I did it. Finally. Who's ready for another April Fool's joke? Alright, guys. Here we go. No one likes Mario comics, so let's do Pokemon Speed version. All the Pokemon have been turned into robots somehow. Gasp. I have inexplicably come out of nowhere to help you. Hooray! I instantly believe that Eggman is behind this. We're gonna find all of the Chaos Emeralds now. We did it! Wow, how did we get here? That's weird. I miss the dancing trees. And then I get slapped by a fish. The end. That was my favorite. Let me put that back actually real quick. I love the detail of I just kind of took the Shroom version logo and I very blatantly and lazily edited in the Sonic thing. It's a real good gag. It's a real good gag. Love it. Please, I'm begging you. Why was Sonic so huge? Listen, it doesn't matter. Pixels are dumb. Did you know that at some point I decided I was going to make a second comic? I don't know why I decided to do this, but here we are. Here's Super Effective. It's, you know, it's great. You know, we're just having fun. We're gonna face all these challenges or whatever. That guy doesn't want any of it. Can't believe. Did you know that the premise of Super Effective is that this kid doesn't want to be a Pokemon trainer? That's the premise. Anyway, here's comic number 2, and also the last comic to ever exist. No breakfast, Jeff! Your name is Jeff. That's established now. It's your 10th birthday, you're gonna start your Pokemon Journey trademark. Whose bright idea was it anyway? I'm not doing that. I'm not going anywhere, and thus he didn't go anywhere. The end. Let's see. I had some well, not really comics, I guess. I had, like, remember when I said in my signature on forums I would have, like, little extra things occasionally? I had, like, single panel comics that I would occasionally have in there. So let's take a look at those real quick. Things you should never say to a video game character, by the way. I love this little kid. He's great and doesn't know what's happening all the time. It's the best. Alright, here's another one. Hey, where's Mario? Luigi is not impressed. The end. Alright, here's one with Samus. Hey, can you show me what's in that blaster? Oh, don't worry, she'll be quick to oblige. I promise. Let's see. Oh, look, a penny! Wow, he found a penny. The end. And that was the end of Small Child that what asks questions. Alright, let's talk about problems with Pokemon games real quick. Alright. Hope to see you again. What's that supposed to mean? Nurse Jenny is over here trying to kill you, probably. I don't know. It's fine. Alright. What are you doing? Checking my email. And everything is also black and white. Remember the gosh dang Invisible PC? Does anyone get this joke? I hope someone gets this joke. It's hilarious to me. Oh my gosh, it's Giovanni. Oh no, I've been beaten by a 10-year-old in battle not once but twice. I am forced to give up forever. Goodbye. Yeah, that kind of happens a lot. I don't know why. Alright, let's see. What happens if Pokemon and Mario traded places? Can you imagine a comic about that concept? Can you imagine? They just shouldn't mix, alright? They shouldn't. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. It's bad. Just don't. Come on. Why would you ever do that? You could do things like touch a P-switch and die. Or, pelt Bowser with tiny spheres. That sounds like a good idea. Definitely don't do that. Definitely. Why do all these comics star Brendan? I don't know. Brendan's having a bad day. These are all reasons why it shouldn't exist. Completely and utterly. Oh my gosh, it's Mario. He's just beating up all the Pokemon, getting a 1-up in the process. That's not correct. It should be 8 things. It should be 8 things, not 9 things. I did bad. I did bad. Oh my gosh, look, a bunch of mushrooms. Mario's real excited. The end. Alright, let's see. I feel like... What? How does this even work? Like, why does Mario just have a Charmander? Like, what the heck, man? I mean, this is also just, like, blatantly a thing I did in Shroom version. Just with different circumstances. So, you know, whatever. It's fine. Don't worry, Yoshi. I'll save you. There we go. We're saving Yoshi. Finally. Oh my gosh, remember Brendan? Oh, that first mushroom made me grow. I bet this one will do something cool. Finally. Can't believe it. Uh-oh, Brendan's having more bad days. Don't stand under the thwomps, kids. Just don't. Alright, have we had enough of Pokemon and Mario mixing up? I had one other small little series of what if video games ruled the world? Construction would be a lot easier. Just don't get any rows. That would be bad. Probably. Because you'd clear the row, obviously. And then, you know, yeah, we're gonna need a lot of banks, I think. Probably. Yeah, typos probably exist. I'm not worried about it. Alright, that was the end of my random single-panel comics that existed. Were they fun? I don't know. Probably. I yet have one last thing that was also kind of note. Has anyone ever heard Dragon reference Break Into Game Guy's House Day? Because I'm about to reveal the introduction to that. Oh my gosh. Who's ready for a PA Christmas Carol? Wow. With many cameos to other characters. So, like, alright, here's the thing. The cameos in question here are all, like, on this forum, like, everybody, I started making comics, and, like, a bunch of other people were making comics, too. It's fine. One such comic is Bill and Poe. I believe Bill was the Camerupt and Poe was the Rattata. I don't remember. I don't remember. Point is, there's gonna be a lot of cameos happening. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I can't explain anything. It was kind of like a little gag-a-day kind of comic where they just kind of did shenanigans or whatever the heck. Oh, this was before I redesigned my sprite. Dang it! Anyway. Narrator can't stop rhyming if his life depended on it. That's the joke. Anyway, Bill is the camera, if the bottom text's to be believed. It's fine. I'm gonna meet up with some ghosts. You guys ready? You guys ready for me to meet up with some ghosts? Alright, here we go. Meeting up with some ghosts. Alright, ghosts, oh no! What did I do to deserve meeting ghosts? Like that one guy. Alright, I was playing Malay. Oh, I didn't let the narrator play. Darn. You hate to see it, man. Narrators love playing Smash Brothers Melee. Gosh dang, chain rattling noise. Oh no, it's Ninva, everybody's favorite friend. Remember when I slapped him and also how he looks exactly like Blue and or Gary? Don't worry about it, it's not important. Yeah, alright, well, he's possibly dead and in chains, I guess. I don't know. He is the first ghost! There he is! Alright, let's go. What are we doing here? There's a memo. It's a kind of mess. You're gonna be visited by 3 spirits. Yeah, the narrator already said that. He ran away, alright? Listen, he didn't get to play GameCube. It's fine. What? It's fine, you know? It's whatever. There's probably a Death Note joke in here somewhere. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, this is the build-up for the dragon joke. Don't worry about it. 3 spirits, yada yada yada. The first spirit's gonna show up soon. Back to PA. What is... No, you're not allowed to finish that sentence, sir. It's bad. Bad. Nobody's gonna get this joke. It's fine. In-jokes are abound. But not always. It's fine. Oh my gosh, it's 1 a.m. suddenly! And no ghost. Oh no, it's Micah again, but before he got his redesign. How did you get into my house? Because he's a ghost, obviously. There it is, by the way. Christmas Eve is also Break Into Game Guy's House Day. Big HD. Finally. The lore is revealed. Alright, we're gonna go to the past now, by the way. That's a thing. Alright, here we go. Alright. Oh my gosh, a Celebi! How'd you manage to catch that one? It's a plot hole, who cares? Alright, whatever. We're going back in time. Time Rift is definitely a move. Just trust me. Be quiet. It's just time travel. Stupid. Gosh. Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh, here we are in the Snow Town. It's the past. Welcome to the Christmas of 1983. I wasn't even born then. Pokemon didn't even exist until 1995, and there's a Delibird right there. Oh no, it's a Paradox. We're gonna go play NES now. That's the joke. I want to point out, I like a lot, real quick. I like that sprite from Maple Story, by the way. The wreath on the door. That's just straight up a sprite from Maple Story. Can you believe I was playing Maple Story at this point? I can't believe. I can't believe. Alright, here we are. Alright, well, we gotta go now, but I wanted to be the first person to discover Minus World. Oh well, I'm trying to explain how time travel works. We'll just go back to the same time. All right. Hey, look, it's the little kid that dies sometimes. He came back. Timmy, stop playing the NES. It was time travelers, not this excuse again. Yeah, Timmy would later become famous for inventing "a dog ate my homework." That's canon. All right, it's canon. I like how if you look at the game screen, you can see in like panel 5 what looks like Mario running out of time and dying, and then the game over screen in panel 6. Fun little fact. That was what I intended. Probably. All right, back to the dark house. Here we are. Oof again. Well, better get. Oh my gosh, somebody came from the kitchen. Down in the stairs. It's Jacob. Everybody remembers Jacob, right? Right. He's a dude. He made comics, probably. Stop raiding my fridge for MapleStory sprites, please. I'm begging you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. That's all I'm saying. All right. Well, I found a guy. He's raiding my fridge. It's fine. All right. Here we go. How did I get these video game screenshots? I mean, Google, mostly. How did you get into my house? I'm a ghost of Christmas or whatever. Does that mean I get presents? No. No, I do not get presents. I get anti-presents. I get to look at panel 4 again. It's the worst. Absolute bad. Can't believe. Anyway. Alright, here we go. Well, alright, so, like, people just rip sprites. Like, have you ever been to Spriter's Resource? That's, like, where I got a lot of sprites from. It's fine. Just, you know, edit it and all that. I love this gag so much. This is, like, the best gosh dang gag I've ever done, I feel. I love it a lot. We're going to the present now. Here we go, using time travel to go to the present. That was entirely necessary to do. It's the best. I mean, technically speaking, they went to the future. It's just like a few seconds later, but, you know, whatever. I love it. It's dumb and stupid. It's the best. All right, meanwhile, in the present, we went to over here. Wow, everybody's sitting down for dinner. Wow, at 2 a.m. for some reason. That goose is puny and is also a MapleStory sprite. Wow. I feel like I made a mistake in this comic in, like, I think Luigi's supposed to be saying Game Guy doesn't pay you. Like, that's supposed to be Luigi saying that, I think. But I didn't put a text bubble for some reason. Bowser is Tiny Tim. Or at least they keep calling him that. Oh yeah, Taz made the fireplace sprite, like the real Taz. The person Taz, not the character in the comic Taz. Don't be confused. By the way, stop being confused. It's not important. Alright, it's just not. Alright, meanwhile. Oh my gosh, tell me something. Will Tiny Tim live? Oh no, you should get that cough looked at. Oh, we're just copying the Christmas Carol wholesale, aren't we? Everybody's laughing at Bowser for saying the classic line. I don't know why this comic exists. Like, it has no bearing on anything other than, like, let's just directly reference everything, I guess. The end. Alright, well. Anyway, get out of my house. The final spirit won't be so nice. And then he ninja vanishes very poorly. For some reason. Remember when this comic was about Christmas? I mean, no. I don't remember anything. I remember nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing ever. Alright, here we go. Comic number this one. That's the final ghost. Oh no! Through the looming fog, the final ghost approaches. Oh, the narrator came back, by the way. You just rhyme comes with comes. Well, look, rhyming is hard, alright? It's fine, don't worry about it. Go into the future now, I guess. All right, here we go. To the future. He doesn't speak, all right? But he's got a Celebi anyway. I'm just going to Mega Man X, I think. I don't know why, but there we are, just in the future. I think we overdid it for some reason. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Meanwhile, in the future... Oh my gosh, this time in the correct future... Oh no, Game Guy Vision 8.88. Oh no, Tiny Tim is dead. No, probably not. It's fine. Panel 3 might be a fire hazard, possibly. I am upset about shenanigans. For the record, that's Bowser talking in the last panel, in case you haven't noticed the color of the text bubbles. I guess. They have been consistent. Alright, here we are at the graveyard. Alright. I was done weeping, and now it's time to look at a gravestone, I guess. Oh my gosh, it's Ebenezer Scrooge? I don't know who that is. I've never heard of the guy. Anyway, forget about the dramatics. Gosh, this comic, huh? All right, here we go. All right, the shadows of things to whatever, and Tiny Tim dies, I'll be sad. And then Game Guy's heart grew 3 sizes that day. Oh no, it's a giant love disc for some reason. I don't know why. I probably increased that sprite 3 times. That's the joke. In case you forgot. Listen, I got a little wild with this one, alright? It's fine. It's fine. Alright, here we go. Now that we've seen the future, it's dark and scary. We gotta go back and save Tiny Tim. Also, I guess Ron was the 3rd ghost. I don't know why. You can barely tell, frankly. But, alright. But, you know. That happened, I guess. Don't worry about it. In case you were wondering where Ron was, finally he showed up. Alright, here we go. I landed back in bed, and now it's morning. I must know what time it is. Apparently, it was December 25th, 2007 at 8:56 a.m. and 27 seconds. That's oddly specific. It is. Why is it so oddly specific? I don't know. Where did Brendan come from? What does Brendan have to do with anything? I don't know. Game Guy Vision got a single update in the past few comics. I don't know how that happened. Alright. Apparently I have 2 versions of this next comic. I don't... Oh, you know what? One of them might be like an epilogue, actually. So it's not like it's 2 versions. It's just I uploaded them. Because the thing I was doing with this, I uploaded these each day of Christmas, for the record. So there's 24 of these. So, you know, on Christmas is, you know, the finale, let's say. So there's just 2 parts to that. Oh my gosh, Tiny Tim's family needs a bigger goose so he doesn't die in the future. Oh my gosh. You guys kept me up all night with ghosts and broke into my house to hold a party against my will? Accurate. Accurate statement. And finally, the final comic. My adventure came to an end. A party was fun. Hooray! There's one final thing. I forgot to turn the Christmas lights on. The callback to a thing that I did earlier. I'm pretty sure I have older versions of this comic, but I don't think I have them anymore. Because I want to say I remade that at some point, but I don't think I have the old version anymore, which is sad. Let's see. For the final thing, I had little things I would post sometimes. Where like, I don't know. I had a thing where I was doing like a filler announcement kind of thing on the comics. I'm like, go read the author description, stupid. That's a thing that I did. I did this a few times, actually. Happy New Year! Whoa! That's strange. Can't believe. What's all this about? I don't know. Yep, that's a wink noise, alright. Get out of here. Alright, and then there's this one. Yeah, no, I make comics sometimes, or at least I did. Let's see. Back to the comic. Expect an actual comic later. Or don't. You probably shouldn't, frankly. I don't know if you noticed, actually. That new Game Guy sprite there is the basis for my Minecraft skin. I'm sure everyone was concerned about that, actually. Have we even seen my Minecraft skin in, like, any sort of video content anywhere? I don't know if that's ever been established, but some people have asked, so there we go. There we go. I feel like that's kind of everything, actually. Like, I don't think I have anything else to really say that hasn't been said already. So, I think we're gonna wrap up, because I can't think of anything else to show off. I just figured I'd show off that supplementary stuff as a means of, like, you know what? I did other things. Why not? Let's just take a look-see. Take a look-see at other things that occurred. Have anything else? Do I have anything else? I feel like, well, I have another one of these, apparently. This is a test comic. What did I use this for? I don't know what I used that for. It's just a test comic. I probably threw it up on a test comic page or something. I don't know. Why not? Oh yeah, you know what else I could look at real quick, like? In addition to that Pokebox page, I mentioned I had a cast page, actually, so I can look at that briefly. So yeah, there's a cast page, you know, I gotta just describe the characters, you know, have a little image there, you know, their first appearance, the Pokemon they have, you know. Fun fact, Sean knows Rage. Wow. I mean, a lot of this is just going into stuff that was said in the comic at some point or another. I would update these occasionally as they become relevant, for the record, because obviously Taz's page didn't mention anything about Brittany Sylph initially, so you know. Yeah, then there's Blake. Blake is there. Sam gets a page too, because, I don't know, Sam is cool. He's fun. Then there's Mario. Mario has a secret fear of sheep. For some reason. Luigi does not. Oh my gosh, villains. Hey look, there's that Bowser sprite again. Oh my gosh, everybody loves Bowser. Yeah, I'm kind of toying with the whole, he claims to never have kidnapped Peach. Whether this is true or not still needs to be confirmed. I gotta make that very sneaky or whatever. I don't know. Then there's Kamek. Yeah, hopefully none under Pokemon. Kind of a thing. Oh my gosh, it's Team Rocket. Look out. Nobody likes Team Rocket. Hey, look, it's Delta. I like how here, actually, I just noticed, I named him Mark here. It was never brought up in the comic that his name was Mark. So it's kind of funny to me that I put this way. But, you know. The others. Hey, look, it's Princess Peach. There she is. Well, she, exists. I don't know. Brent would be with the heroes if he got more screen time, but he doesn't. So, you know. Lario and Luigi, everyone's favorite characters. Yep. I don't know if I ever established if they have Pokemon, like even to myself. I feel like they might, but I don't know. Yo, it's Professor Elm. He's one of the greatest minds on planet Pokai for some reason. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I mean, I don't know, he's the one that is there, so it is what it is. Yo, it's egad. He doesn't have a Sprite yet because I never got far enough to actually bother giving him one. Well, that's that, I guess. And then Cobalt's here. Man, I was trying to hide him being like a villain character by putting him in the other category, but you know. He has a cool cloak. The end. Did I have anything else? Because I know I had like the extras page actually. Yeah, I had a link to the old comics and some other things. Yeah, it's just in some basic sprite sheets. There's not a whole lot going on there. But, yeah, links I am assuming probably just linked to like the forum and such, which doesn't exist anyway, so it's whatever. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, that is Pokemon Shroom version retrospective. If you watched all of this, why? I don't know why you did that, but that is what it is. But hey, you know, I finally got that all out there, so hooray. Hooray. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Hopefully. I don't think I did. I feel like it kind of doesn't matter if I did anyway, so it's whatever. But yeah, that's it. Thank for watch. I'll see you later, and goodbye!